Good afternoon, everybody. We are coming to you live from Southtown Bowl in Bloomington, Minnesota for our CBA Masters tournament. We are just starting the match play. We had 97 bowlers today, bowling 8 games, and I believe it was a radium pattern. Top 32 making the cut. And I'll try to read the scores off to you to tell you who made what place, what the scores were, all that kind of stuff as we go along here. So enjoy the bowling. So we were seeing right here in front of us, Dave Ullman will be bowling against Eric Gulbranson. And I'm going to try to find the scores, like I said, here and read them off to you, who did what. So here's what we had. Leading qualifier, young man by the name of Brandon Cryer, who won the last month's CBA, was leading qualifier at plus 202. Andy Mills, second at 183. Keo Kean, 176. Brady Stearns, fourth at plus 152. Eric O'Branson at plus 441. Jason Price at plus 136. Noah Granby, 132. Dave Ullman, plus 118. Bowling right here in front of us. Anthony Stewart, plus 106. Ryan Savoy, plus 98. Carl Polzer, plus 98. Brent Newman, 95. Katie-Ann Sop-Schrader, plus 83. Wayne Jensen, 75. Tyler Kleineper, plus 75. Clark Polzer, the bowler of the decade man, plus 69. Qualified 16th. Austin York, plus 59. Jeff Walther, plus 26. Chad Nelson, new senior in the last month or so, at plus 19. He was 19th. Scott Anderson, plus 11. Josh Kennedy, plus 11. Nick Heilman, plus 10. Jacob Miner, plus 3. He was 23rd. Those are the only guys that were plus today. Minus 5, Dan Goldstein was 24th. Tonk Seimei goes by John in minus 8. Bowled him all day. Bowled well. Jace King, minus 16. Steve Bone, minus 16. Dylan Hansen, minus 30. Brandon Hansen, minus 33. Will Manafee shoots 236 his last game to get in there at minus 39. Brooke Salzman at minus 40. And rounding out the top 32 was Thomas Cleveland at minus 54, which is very surprising. It was minus 20 with 2 games to go. And went down 30 pins, which is kind of unusual. Most of the time, people seem to step up their game in the last game or two, and the score kind of goes up, but they got a little tough. A lot of urethane being thrown today. Most people are playing out just outside, out by the channel most of the day. Few people started in. Whatever worked for you to get lined up and strike is what was a good thing. You see Brooke over on the left. She's on lane 6. She's bowling against Andy Mills. And she just whiffed that single pin right after she whiffed an 8 count in the second frame. I don't know what that was. It's unfortunate. She's a better bowler than that. Get to watch Johnny here on lane 7. Two-hander, young man, bowls in St. Paul. I saw Brady Stearns throw the strike over there in lane 5. I don't know if he was really happy about that or not, but it was a strike. Wayne Jensen, you see that ball going down on lane 12. That was Wayne throwing that shot. He's bowling against Chad Nelson. There you go, Brooke. That's better. We are bowling. They're single game matches. Double elimination, though. You get in that losers bracket, all I know is that it's a big climb to get back out of it. But People do it all the time. Dylan Hansen over there in the right lane. Andy Mills with the solid 10 over on lane 6. Here's Davey Ullman. Skidded down there a little bit too far. I'm not sure if he thinks that they're a little bit tighter or not. I was asking everybody during the 10 minutes of practice. They re-oiled after our qualifying, and I wasn't sure what they would be like. We were kind of guessing they would be tighter, but a lot of people are saying they were the same or hooked even a little bit more. Oh. I saw Andy Mills practicing 10 pins in practice. That was just really odd that he just missed that one, being I just brought that up, but don't know what happened there. I see Bob Robillard is watching. Came through with the senior cashier, Bob. I saw that. Thanks for the beer, too. Eric O'Branson, you see his ball over there on lane 10. Solid strike. Andy Mills, after he missed that 10 pin. I don't care what anybody says. You're supposed to forget that, but it seems to, it's always in the back of your mind. The next shot should have nothing to do with the 10 pin miss. But it does. At least it does to me. Jason Hansen and his daughter Allie had a heck of a time today with 97 bowlers running back and forth. 6 on a pair, 5 on most pairs, 6 on some.
It was busy.
It was a busy day. So so we didn't have any cameras set up during qualifying because they didn't have a chance to set those up. It takes a good hour to set up these 6 cameras on the 3 pair that we use. Good setup here. So Andy Mills picks up that baby split after missing a 10 pin. Ooh, the young man Johnny here leaves solid 9 pin. See if Brooke can capitalize on that strike. No, skidded down there for a 2 pin. Dylan Hansen with a strike off the right of your screen. So we're able to see lanes 3 through about 13, 14, maybe not quite that far. But we're using lanes 3 through 34. So it's going to be a little tough to keep you abreast of everything that's going on, but we'll do our best and just enjoy this show. Brooke, this is not like you. I'll have to talk to her about that. She's bowling like me. Dylan Hansen with a kind of a half 10 right there. I'm assuming he's using urethane. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of urethane going down the lane today. Tripping to 4 there, young man. Solid spare on the 10 pin for Dylan. These matches, there's a few people starting out with turkeys and 4-baggers, but I see a lot of them not striking, so it's really a key in the head-to-head match to pick up those spares. Wayne Jensen with a spare 5-bagger. So I'm bowling against Chad Nelson, but I don't care. I'm good too, he says. Well, he probably didn't say that, but. Davey Ullman going for a turkey. Gets it. 10-pin advantage, him. Johnny can get up here and throw one in the 6th and 7th and tie the game up. Andy Mills leaving a 10-pin over there on lane 5. I would bet whatever that he's going to pick this 10-pin up. I talk about shooting 10 pins a lot. It's for right-handers. It's the pin you leave the most. Wherever you go, you leave 10 pins. It should be the easiest spare. Chad Nelson leaving a 4-7-10 on lane 12, hits the 4 dead into the 10, and it rolls around and picks a 7 for picking up the split. Okay, I had the scores wrong over there. Wayne Jensen went spare, strike, spare, spare, double. Chad had the spare 4-bagger, now just picked up that split. He's using his plastic ball too. All right, Brooke leaving a 2-pin. She'll pick this one up. Jace King off to right over there with a strike. Solid for him. I can see Tyler Kleineper. He struck over there. Johnny strikes. We got a tie match between Johnny and Dave Ullman over there. Chad goes to the nose for a 3-6-9-10. The toughest spare for a right-hander. That's not a split or a washout. Some washouts are easier than a 3-6-9-10. Dave Ullman needing a strike here to put the pressure back on John. And that's what you call high flush. Looks like Brady Stearns is moving right along until that one. He went high for a 3-6. Chad picked up that spare also. It's off to the right. But Brady with that. Let's say he had a 4-bagger. Spare 4-bagger to start the match. He's probably got about a 50-pin lead over there, so he's looking pretty good against Brandon Hansen. Davey Ullman carrying the high 4-7-10 right there. It says, take that, he says. Solid strike by Andy. Got a 44-pin lead in the 7th. Got two good matches right here on 7, 8, 9, 10. Eric Branson snapping out that 7. Going at a bit of a 260 possible. Where Dylan Hansen at a 240 max. If I was Eric Branson, I would say, I want to strike right here, then I can't be shut out. And you need to pick this up in the 9th frame to guarantee a win. He should pick it up. That's 10 pin. Oh, solid 7 for Eric Branson. Now we got an even match. Possibility of a tie. You're watching John right here pick up that 6-pin. Okay, got the spare. He's behind in the match by 20 pins now. Not over yet. Come on, Brooke. A little pressure on, a little pressure back on Andy. Carries out that light 2 and 7, whatever it was over there. You got 193 possible. Get back over here, Wayne Jensen, Chad Nelson match. Wayne, after you 79 in the 4th with a 4-bagger. Almost a 7-10 for John there. The 7-10 split would be brought to you by Joey Galobe and the 7-10 pot man. All right, Brooke, loosened up now, throwing the ball better. She's going, I wish I would have picked up a couple single pins. Scott Endersby, you should have been here today. You would have killed him. Chad finally strikes in the 9th frame. Got a 220 pace. And so is Wayne. Wayne's got a 4-bagger up there. 242 max for Chad. 259 max for Wayne. So that match is not over yet. Dave Ullman right here. Oh, he didn't trip to 4 that time, so he's at a 220, and that's not over yet either. Oh, Brady wins his match. Brooke strikes, well, 4-bagger there, 192. And he needs count. And then a fill even. No, not a good count's all he needs. Davey should pick up that 4-pin, no problem, which he did. Wayne Jensen left a 10-pin. You can see that over there on lane 12, is way off to your right. That's Wayne Jensen's 10-pin. Andy leaving another 10-pin, but it's all he needed. 195 misses, he wins. Dylan all over this 10-pin here. 217 max for Dylan now that he and Eric. 230. He's at a 230 pace, so he's got to just stay clean. They don't have to stay clean. Dave Ullman snapping out the 10-pin. Brandon Hansen figured something out over there, but he had a bull against Brady Stearns, who had 245. So Wayne Jensen striking in the 10th. He gets this for 238 if he strikes out. He's already forced Chad to get the first one. He gets this one. He forces Chad to get a double. And Chad's using a plastic ball, but we'll see what he does. Davey going to wrap up that match. Just keep it on the lane. Actually, he's already got it. Doesn't have to do anything. I have to talk to Andy Mills, tell him dead 10s are good when you don't need much. He's going to have to figure out a way to carry those. Oh. And Scott Ennisby, yes, you would have killed him. Shot was right up your alley, right up the gutter. Oh, maybe not. Very nice shot by Eric. Okay, Wayne Jensen got the second one. This shot it doesn't matter much. Just keep it on the lane, which we struck anyway. 238, forcing Chad to get a double and 7. Scott Sodergren. Oh man, you could have just floated that ball up around 3, 4, or 5. Picked up all those 10 pins, and you would have been just right bowling right now, Sody. You would have been bowling. You know, would have killed him, Sody. That guy named Terry Schroeder, if he was bowling. All right, let's watch Chad Nelson. See the ball going down on lane 12 and leaves at 2-7. That's what happens on that plastic, of course. You don't get a lot of free hook. You had to be on line right off your hand. So anyway, Wayne Jensen coming through. Finishes very strong. 4-bagger spare turkey to move on to the winner's bracket. And watching John here pick up that spare. Nice clean game for 2-1. He's going to loser's bracket. Or we should say the non-winner's bracket. A little further down there, I see Jace King is going to move on. I can't see who he was bowling. So we're going to have a little bit of a lull here because people got to report the scores to Jason. And then we got to see who's going to be bowling where. So we should have a whole new set of bowlers down here. So Jason will be getting all the scores and telling people what lanes they're going to. So just follow along with us. A little lull in the action, like I said. There's Andy Mills walking by. I gotta tell him how to shoot 10 pins there. Oh, you didn't hear me. So it looks like I see Tyler Kleinepier moving down over here. And it'll sound like he's going to be bowling Brooke Salzman. They're going to be on 7 and 8. When you get 32 bowlers making a match play, scores, it gets really hectic for a while. And it's double elimination, so people are moving all over. Now, there are no shadow balls when you go over pair to pair right now. And the higher seeded bowler gets a choice all day. You have the choice. Higher seed gets a choice. So it looks like we got Andy Mills here bowling against Jeff Walther on 9 and 10. Tyler Kleinepier will be bowling against Brooke Salzman on 7 and 8. Looks like Dan Goldstein's sitting over there on 11 and 12. I'm not sure who's coming down here to bowl against him. Don't know if that's a winner or a loser because like I mentioned, when we have 32 bowlers and they moving all over and the scores come in fast and furious, it takes a little bit. But Andy says, hey, I'm ready to go, so another half 10. I'm going to have to teach him how to carry those 10 pins. Oh, yeah, right. And then Tyler going high for a 4-6. Whoops. I can see. So when I miss 10 pins, I do the same kind of thing. I miss my target left right away. And then, doesn't have a chance to skid over there. And you use, whether it's a urethane, plastic, whatever, you don't use your strike ball. If you saw those pins flying over there on lane 10, that was none other than Jeff Walther. Pins just fly around. So I'm like, how does he not ever strike? Brooke Salzman says, she's all excited, I can see. But she's going, okay, I finished really strong. Now I'm loose, more comfortable. I'm going to bowl well, she says. Jeff Walther, even he can get the ball too far down the lane. That wasn't a very good shot by Brooke. This 2-8 could be tough. Not for Jeff. It was easy to skid it back there or have it take off and hook left. So Dan Goldstein is up on lane 11 and 12. He's on 11. I think he's bowling Tong Se Mei, a.k.a. John. Brooke opened again. Tyler goes, okay, well, I'm back in the match. So he goes from a 4-6. I'm assuming he moved a little bit. Just feet or target or both. And it didn't pick up the roll at all. Andy back right on it here on lane 10. Get right back on your horse. You shoot that 10 pin again. All over at that time. And the 5-count washout gets 3 of them. 15, 16 in the second to 26 in the second for Brooke. As the makings of a pillow fight, as we say. Hi from Australia, Chris. And Nikki Hersrud. How'd your Yankees do this year, Nikki? Oh, never mind. You guys signed Aaron Judge, so you're in good shape for next year. Okay, Andy carries a 10 but leaves a 7. Almost had another 7-10, which would have been brought to you by Joey Galobe. As Joey would say, in a 7, you leave a 7-10. He had a 7-10 pot in our Friday night league, and you draw numbers, or you get a number and you draw cards, and whatever number you were, and if there were that many 7-10s left that night, you won the money. You could win $60, $70, $80, $100 sometime, depending on how many people got in. And but if somebody picked up a 7-10, it didn't count as leaving one. So Joey, in his infinite wisdom, would say, frame's not over yet. As Johnny picks up the 6, 7, 10 over on lane 11. Pins flying around again over there for Jeff Walther. Brooke slides by. She's had a little bit of trouble. The ball not picking up the roll where she thinks it is. I understand that feeling. We all do. Yeah, Judge. All right, Nikki, I'll give you Aaron Judge. He was going to stay in New York anyway. Oh. All I want the Twins to do is sign Carlos Correa. Then I'll be happy. All right, Jeff wanted to make sure he got that one out because he left a 2-8 on lane 9 last time. And it just kind of fell into the channel. He trusted it again, though. Okay, so he's not lined up on that left lane. Goes from a 2-8. Then obviously tried to get it out to the gutter. Fell in through one I thought was really good. It didn't hook back. Trey is watching. Good to see you watching, Trey. You see Austin Yorkie as they call him. Up and at him with the urethane. There you go, Andy. Solid strike. Tyler, that's twice on that lane. He missed the head pin right. He's a little befuddled. You can tell by the look on his face. See what's going on. A few pair over. Dan Goldstein against John. Pretty even match after 3 frames. Davey Ullman tripping the leaky bucket and a 2-pin forward for a 4-bagger against Anthony Stewart. Nothing hurt, Tyler. Easy spare. That was good. Clark Polzer sighting over on lane 3. Looks like he left at 3, 6, 9, 10. It's kind of hard for me to see down there, but that was the opening shot, so don't know if that lane's hooking more than the lane he came off of, which he came off about somewhere in the 20s. Ooh, Andy, that could be a chop. Oh, he missed it bad enough that he got it. He's living, clean living by Andy Mills. Clean living, Andy, clean living. I'm watching. I've talked about it. He said he's having a hard time getting the ball to the right side of the 3-pin. I should have said, hey, what are you telling us? We've watched you. Hey, Nikki, it's fun doing this stuff. I'm glad Jason has the this setup here with these 6 cameras and 3 lanes worth. We can obviously see more than that, but he's got 1 camera up on the score, 1 at the pins. We get to see the score and the bowler. I'll keep trying to fill everybody in as it goes on here. There you go, Jeff. There's the double. Figured out that left lane. All right, what do you got going on here with Brooke and Tyler? So 55 in the fourth for Tyler, 44 in the fourth for Brooke. Pillow fight, I got to mention that. Brandon Cryer missing I'm not sure what happened down there, but he has missed. Had the tendency to stand up at the approach a little bit there when with a befuddled look on his face. Andy Mills now throwing one in the gutter. This is one of those things where you have to get the ball out to make sure it's in the right hook spot. If you miss in, it's either going to skid all the way down there, or if it grabs early, you're going to be missing the head pin left. You have to get it to the hook spot. People do it with different releases, different bowling balls, whatever, depending on how much you hook it, your rev rate, whatever. As you see over there on lane 11 where John didn't get it out and light crosses over, almost misses the head pin left. See what Andy does. See if he can spare that up. All right. Nothing hurt except for 10 pins lost in count. I was bowling with Tong Se Mei, a.k.a. John, today. One game he had a single pin miss first frame, had a four-bagger, threw one in the channel, then picked up the spare, and then on a four-bagger, somewhere around there, 228. A lot of strikes for that. And he didn't get that one out all the way. And it started up early for that 3-6, 9-10. Austin York did look like he liked that one. Well, obviously didn't like it, obviously. With the washout. So, now, depending on where people came from, what part of the house, what lanes, how they set them up into practice. There was 10 minutes of practice on your starting pair. There's a lot of urethane was used today. There was probably a lot of urethane used in practice. People are trying to find out what they should start with. So how you combat that is, I think, straighter, harder. All right, thanks, Ellie. Our crack staff here got us the updates. So straighter and harder, I think, and you've got to pick up those spares because you're not going to need 230 to win most of these matches. Jeff Walther throwing in a channel on a double. Andy's telling me that the ball just shoots to the right. And then make matters worse, Jeff bounces out, picks up a 10. Now he's got to reset the pins. Now he's got to correct the score. Messing everything up down there. So this is, it just pushes to the right. But you got to get it there, but not let it hang on, or you got to let it hang on and not fall in. So I'm thinking now maybe people might be taking that gutter out of play. So here's what we did. I got all the scores here. I'm going to just kind of read it. Oh, and then LaSala 9 trying to get the spares. So we got 103 in the 7th for Andy. And after Jeff fixed his score, he's got 112 in the 7th. So we got a 9-pin match there. Jeff's in the lead. Brandon Cryer over there leaving a 3-pin. Oh, Brooke hooked by a 7. I did that once today too. When they take off on the back end, they take off whether you use a spare ball or not. But here's where I'm going to go. I'm going to go down the list and tell you who did what. So Brandon Cryer, 248 to 188, Thomas Cleveland. Austin York beat Clark Polzer, 186, 147. Anthony Stewart, 235 to 185 for Dan Goldstein. Dave Ullman beat Tong Se Mei, you saw that, 235, 210. Brent Newman, 200 to Josh Kennedy, 154. And Eric Albranson, 247 to Dylan Hansen, 216. You saw that on our camera pair. Katie Ann, 232 to Scott Anderson, 191. Brady Stearns, we saw that, 245 to 189. Will Manafee, 227 to Keels, 193. Wayne Jensen over Chad Nelson, 238, 210. You saw that. Nick Heilman over Carl Polzer, 204, 191. Steve Bone, 212, 204 over Jason Price. Jace King, 190 to Noah Granby, 147. Ryan Savoy, 227 to 201 over Jacob Miner. Jeff Walther, 200 to 175 over Tyler Kleineper. And, of course, you saw Andy Mills 205, 182 over Brooke Salzman. So like I mentioned, single game matches, but it's double elimination. Tyler's having one heck of a time finding a break point. Well, he's not the only one. Another washout for him there. Missing that head pin. It goes a little bit too far. Austin York over there with the strike right after he had 2-6 count opens. 6-3, 6-2. He's got 89 to 6. He's down by 25 from Brandon Cryer. Tyler Kleineper is open, 127 in the ninth. Brooks going, all right, I got a chance here. We get pillow fights all over the place here. Another toppling in the bucket there for Yorkie. Andy Mills picking up a spare. 123 in the eighth to 121 in the eighth. Down to pin count right there. Come on, Brooke, double here. You got the game. No, and it just didn't hook up enough for the 2-4-8. And the the chopper 3 after 6, Dan Goldstein. You got 138 in the eighth. Solid strike by Jeff Walther. Brandon Cryer over there on the left. Solid strike for taking charge of that match. And Jason Hansen's coming over to the booth. He's running up and down. You know, when you have 32 bowlers, you use 32 lanes. And we're on the low end. So in order to get to the high end to get scores, you got a lot of running back and forth to do. But, you know, he's the proprietor. He knows how to do that.
Been a busy day.
A busy day. We talked about that. He's losing weight and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And Jeff Walther says, I don't want to throw it too far right as it'll just push out there. But if you let up somewhat, and it starts up early. Brandon Cryer getting a turkey, putting that pressure back on Austin York. 120 to 127 in the ninth, and Brooke just opened with a 4-6. Nice tournament, Brooke, but unfortunately you ran into some just tough pairs. They're not easy. As simple as that. They're not easy.
I haven't been able to watch a lot, but it doesn't look like any of it was very easy.
No. All right, Jeff Walther, 161. Got as much pin count as he could in the 10th. Andy's at 163 pace, but if he gets 8 or less, 8 spare strike is a tie. 9 spare 9 is a tie. Strike here with 9 pins is a win. Anything less than 8 in his first ball, he loses. And he doesn't know where to throw it. How about solid in the pocket? He's going, how did I know to throw it there? Let's see what's going on down there on lanes 3 and 4. Clark Polzer bowled against Thomas Cleveland. Clark's at 57 in the fourth. Strike up on the fifth, and the sixth frame he strikes there for a double, but Thomas Cleveland had the front 5, and then 6-3. Looks like it was a split. 144 to 6. He's got a pretty good lead, but it's not over yet. Ooh, Austin York really needed that one right there. It's going to gives him 177 max. Brandon Cryer moving on. Our last month's champion, Brandon Cryer, who is also the qualifying leader today. Let's see, what else can I bring to you? Who's over here? Anthony Stewart matched against, who was he bowling against? Dave Ullman. Looks like Dave Ullman at 230. So Dave Ullman moving on. Andy Mills striking out for 173, winning the match. Do the obligatory bro hug after the match, say a nice match. That's what people do. So it'll be an Austin York. So he's won his first match, so he's not out of it. He just goes down into the non-winners bracket. Brooke is out. What did Jeff Walther, so Jeff's not out either. That's his first loss, so he's going down to the non-winners bracket. Dan Goldstein, he just strikes out for 198. John needs a good count to win. Tyler, strike 147, 126. That was one heck of a pillow fight. I said that in the second frame. Clark spared in the 7th, but he is down by 40 pins out in the 6th frame. Uh-oh. The last thing John wanted to do was leave a 6-count split. He's got to pick this up to move on. That's what happens when pressure is put on you by somebody else. I heard it from one of the best bowlers in the country, in the world. He said, no matter what, if you need something in the 10th frame, he goes, you throw it differently. 195 to 198. Andy Mills survived that, so we won't see him for a while now. He's going somewhere else. I'm tired of watching him. We'll see who else comes down here. So being that John lost both his matches, he's out now. Dan Goldstein moved on. Brandon Cryer moving on. What's going on over there? Look like Thomas Cleveland's got to get the match in hand as long as he just fills this frame here too. He's in good shape.
I'm just curious who I bowl on 27-28, my third match.
Where are you here, Davey? Here you are.
I beat Anthony.
You beat Anthony. You're bowling Brandon, if that's right there.
Brandon
Cryer. On what pair?
27-28, I think. Is that right? That's what she told me.
Yes, 27. So 2 undefeateds for sure. Dave Ullman and Brandon Cryer going down to bowl right now in that match. Oh, the world's best bowler and Jason Belmonte is standing next to him. All right, I like it. Yeah, so I've seen that before, but it never gets old. It never gets old. Steve Sherman. Now you know Steve Sherman, coach of the Stewartville Junior Bowling High School Championship team, something like whatever. Him and I always talked about that. Anytime he shot a score, it never gets old.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. The world's best bowler and Jason Belmonte in the same picture. You saw it here, folks. All right, let's see who's coming down over to our pairs here. Now we're going to not use all the pairs because we're down to, there are 4 people that have fallen out after 2 matches, I believe. You had 2 losses, you're out. Clark Polzer, what's he doing over there on lane 3? He struck, so he's got 143 in the 8th, max of 203. And Thomas Cleveland, the young two-hander Thomas Cleveland, who's getting better and better. His brother Matt bowled today, and of course their father Ron bowled. But Thomas Cleveland, getting pretty impressed with that young man. He's learned a lot in his last couple years. Mainly, it's keeping the ball in play, picking up the spares. The two-handers who he can throw the ball straight. If you can throw the ball straight through the heads, that's a big key. You don't need to go left to right all the time because you get in trouble that way, but the straighter through the heads, the better. And, he left a solid 9 over there, but, well, I guess I don't want to say this, but if he went open, he'd have 201, and Clark is struck out for 203, so pick up this 9-pin, which is the $1 million 9-pin, which should be an easy spare for everybody. And what did he do? All over it, so he wins that match.
I already know, I just want to know where they put it up.
Try and open up another image here, Jason.
Yeah.
Jason got a lot of stuff going on the screen. You can't see it yet, whatever, but he's doing stuff behind the scenes. And I'm behind the scenes, so I can see what's going on, which I really don't know what the hell he's doing, but he's doing something. A lot of bowling still going on in the upper end of the house. I'm not going to walk over there. Oh, Nicholas J's Supercross Fantasy League. Who won the dirt bike?
Not yet. It's about to start.
Oh, January 7th.
Yeah. So.
Why is it featuring Tom Hess? Because did he win it before? Or?
I think he is a previous winner.
Okay. Looks like Brady Stearns was the winner, or Andy Mills. The guy standing next to Jason Belmonte in the other photo. Yeah, exactly. So.
Sorry, Chad. Thanks for coming.
All right, thanks, Chad. That happens when you turn 50. That people don't lay down for you anymore. Oh yeah, that plastic ball wasn't very good. So in other words, Chad Nelson just told us that he was out. So he lost to Keogh. If I looked at the scores right, or looked at the sheet right, because I know he was bowling him. So we're going to leave that graphic up there for now, just for Nick Heilman to be able to see you. 233 for Thomas, and Clark could have 203 max. So Clark's going to be saying, well, I'll see you guys next weekend at the MSC Classic Bowl in good old Coon Rapids. Our lane man there, Scott Sodergren, will be putting down the pattern for us to bowl on. I got a feeling it's going to be a little easier pattern than this one. Us older guys need a little bit easier. Tyler striking. Now he's bowling against Katie Ann Sopp over there. So they're in the non-winners bracket because they have both have lost matches. Or let me rethink that. Yes, they're in the losers bracket. So the only match that we got going on down at this end of the house. And so I could probably turn the camera over there to lane 7 and 8. That way we can watch them, because right now that's the only match going on over here. People are coming, finishing their games and coming back down over here. But let's watch the game that's going on as good as we can see. Cameras are on 7 and 8, but they're bowling on 5 and 6. They both started out with a strike, which is Katie Ann Sopp Schrader and Tyler Klein up here. Okay, Katie starts out with a double. Katie Ann does, and Tyler says, oh, this is going to be a tougher match than the pillow fight I had last match. Pair-to-pair was very similar to me, but low end to high end was a big difference. They hooked more in the high end, which kind of made sense because the high end of the house, we went all the way up to lanes 37 and 38, and that's up by the desk. So that's where a lot of the bowling is done, open bowling wise is done over there. So I'm assuming that's why they were hooking more. Plus, I also bowled there in my last two games, game 7 and game 8, and they were hooking more at that time no matter what. I should have made the cut if it wasn't for the 8 easy spares I missed, maybe 6 easy spares, along with a bunch of other spares, but there were splits and washouts. But easy spares will kill you. I talk about it all the time, but I still missed them. It's unfortunate. Focus. This is good. You need to focus on that stuff, and I wasn't doing a very good job today. It looks like over here on 9 and 10 we got Noah Granby and Eric Gilbranson for a match. We're going to watch Tyler Kleinepier throw a shot here after he spared on the right lane. He's get the strike on the left lane. He's got 20 in the second. where Katie Ann started out with strike, strike. Nick Heilman is bowling against Wayne Jensen. It looks like on about 13-14. Keo Kean against Yorkie. Austin York over on like 17-18, I believe. Then we got Ryan Savoy. Looks like Andy Mills, Ryan Savoy match over there. I see Scott Anderson up on a lane, and I'm not sure if that's Jeff Walther bowling him or not. But they'll get the scores. When it gets this many bowlers, like I mentioned, it's kind of hard to get the scores here fast. You know, they're not just reported in here electronically. We got to go get them. Oh, Katie Ann skidding by and missing a headpin for the washout. That open there, 54 in the third with that open. We're not going to, I'm assuming we're saving some of these pairs here in front of the cameras because we get down to the last 3 or 4 or 5 matches. They're going to be somewhere in this vicinity here, so they're on some camera or another. We can see them. We want to bring all that stuff to you. Like I mentioned, we are at Southtown Bowl in Bloomington, Minnesota for our CBA Masters tournament. Got to thank the Bolero Corporation for sponsoring all the Masters tournaments that we have, paying the entry to the USBC Masters for the champions. A very good thing. Thanks, Bolero, for that. This 48-lane center, nice and big. Biggest one we have around here. They accommodated us very well. Lanes were oiled on time. You know, it takes a lot to re-oil. So we had a little bit of a wait during the re-oil after the qualifying. But when you had to re-oil 32 lanes, it takes a while. And so everybody was patient. They got something to eat. I got to give a shout out to the guy who works here. His name is Lawan. He was running the counter, doing the cooking, getting the drinks, setting up the lanes. He was doing everything, changing the paper towels in the bathroom. Guy's working hard, running all over. So if anybody's listening, Lawan is an absolute great job today, keeping everything running smoothly. The lane man, I'm not sure what his name is. Oiling lanes first thing this morning and again now, and there was when everybody started bowling, there was a couple of lanes where the balls got stuck up, mostly up here by the ball return, because people are firing everything down there quickly. They all come back at one time. But he was taking care of that. I don't know his name, but everybody was very nice, very good here today. All right, Noah, you know, something I want to say, hey, a good pin count, but it went from a possible makeable spare to almost impossible leaving the 810 instead of the 2-4-810. What's going on over here? So it looks like Tyler with a strike spare turkey. That's Tyler Kleineper. And Katie Ann Sop Schrader, who had an open in the third. She got 74 in the fourth with a strike up in the fifth. Needs a strike here to put some pressure back on Tyler. Like I mentioned before, it doesn't matter what your score is. You just have to beat the other person. Put a little pressure on them somehow or another. If you get a lucky one, fine. Anthony Stewart, looks like he's going to be starting on, I think he's on lane 13. He's spared on the right lane, and looks like he, solid strike there by Anthony. He's bowling against Jason Price. Jason Price, who doesn't bowl many CBAs at all. Couldn't tell you last time I saw him bowling. Nick Heilman, Wayne Jensen, I mentioned that. Keo, Austin York, they're over there a little further, and Andy Mills and Ryan Savoy. I can't tell the scores at all, but they're bowling each other. Everybody's in like the third or fourth frame down there. We'll keep our sights over here on the low end. Good shot by Tyler, just a 10-pin. Pick it up, like I mentioned. Everybody knows how to do it. Stay focused. Solid strike by Eric Branson. Very easy game. Very good, solid approach. Kind of a little lower back swing. Straight arm swing. Keeps the ball in play. Very good bowler. Tyler, you missed that 10-pin. Daniel Frederick Schassau is watching. Daniel Frederick Schassau should have been bowling. Splash up a little late hit there for Eric. Strike spare double for him. He's got that 13-pin lead. Actually a 23-pin lead, and Noah can cut it down to 13 with a strike here. Katie Ann needs to put some pressure back on. Leaves the light 2-8 right there. Carl Polzer walking by. Is Carl Polzer done? Yep. The Polzers are 2 and out today. Both made the cut. They both went 0-2. They're both going home. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. All right. Oh, and Noah. I'm not sure what split he left on the that lane on the last in the second frame. I'm not sure if he went high or light, but obviously that one went high. Katie Ann not getting up to the 2-8. Very, very tough spare. Easy on a house shot because you just like throw it, you know it's going to hook. You play off your strike target. Here, if you got it going up and at it, you were missing it left. If you threw it, too far to the right, then you're light on it. I had a couple of buckets today that I left, tried to throw my spare ball. I had one hook by and I missed it. I hit the 2-pin on the left side, missed the spare. The next time, 2 shots later on that same lane, I missed it on the right. Hit the 2-pin both times, though. That sounded loud there by Noah. A very good shot. Well, Katie Ann after that. Allie Crackstaff here. Give me the update of who's doing what now. So try to read this off to you, even though I'm kind of filling in who did what. But here we are. Brandon Cryer beat Austin York. I mentioned that, 232-176. Anthony Stewart lost to Dave Ullman, 235-201. Wow, Brent Newman, 268 over Eric Branson, 208. So Brent Newman, the loose line beer rep, who just gave me a couple of really good, well, I think they're really good IPAs. One's called Foggy Bottom, and I can't remember what the other one was, but he gave me the what do you call that, Crowlers, which are, I don't know, are they 40-ounce cans or something like that, whatever, but I'll be enjoying those later. Thanks, Brent. Brady Stearns beat Katie Ann Sopp, 192-191 last match, so Katie Ann almost moved on there. Wayne Jensen did beat Will Matafee, 214-200. Nick Heilman beat Steve Bone, 213-180. Ryan Savoy beat Jace King, 234-169. And then we saw Andy Mills against Jeff Walther. Those are the winners that moved on. Now in the non-winners bracket, Thomas Cleveland, wait a minute, let me back up. Thomas Cleveland beat Clark Polzer, so he moved on. Clark's out. Dan Goldstein beat Tong Se Mei, which is a.k.a. John, 198-195. We watched that. John's out. Dylan Hansen beat Josh Kennedy, 212-174. Josh Kennedy is 0-2. He's out. Scott Anderson beat Brandon Hansen, 173-157. Keo Kean beat Chad Nelson, 246-193. Chad's out. We talked about that. Turned 50 and he can't win a Masters anymore. Just kidding. Jason Price beat Carl Polzer, 215-199. Noah Granby beat Jacob Miner, 204-158. We're watching Noah Bull right here in front of us. And we saw the Tyler Kleinapir Brick Salzman match. So right now we have Brandon Cryer against Dave Ullman. This is a winner's bracket. Brent Newman against Brady Stearns. Wayne Jensen against Nick Heilman. And Ryan Savoy against Andy Mills. Those 8 bowlers are in the winner's bracket. And once you get into that winner's bracket, you winning those first couple of matches, you want to keep winning. You can sit out for about 4 or 5 rounds and don't have to bowl and just wait for the non-winners guys to go through all their losers bracket and come up to meet you. So let's see what's going on here right now. Going away Brooklyn for Noah Granby. Almost the Ho Chunk, as we call that. I'm not sure if you guys know what a Ho Chunk is. Our CBA president does. I've talked to him about that a lot. I'll bring it up again. I'll explain. Erica Branson in the driver's seat here, no problem with strike spare 4-bagger, and his opponent's got 81 in the 6, so that's going to be pretty much over for Noah, unfortunately, but it's still a good day. You make the cut, you bowl here, win a match, it's a good tournament. Eric leading a solid 7. It's one of those things where you want to keep striking. You got the match in hand, pretty much it seems like. And so maybe it doesn't hurt to leave a 7-pin. So you know that you just shoot at it now, so you keep shooting at those spares. Because if all you do is strike, and then all of a sudden you get to the next match and you're not striking, you got to know how to pick up those spares. Which 7 pins for lefties, 10 pins for righties should be, with a plastic ball or a spare ball or urethane, whatever you use, should be easy to do. Solid strike for Katie Ann Sop Schrader. Going to give her 180 with a strike here, forcing Tyler Kleinepeer to spare the 10th right after he got done going 6-3, 7-2. That match is not over by any means. And not only at the spare, he's going to have to get 6 if Katie Ann strikes right here. The 6 is not even a given. Spares for sure not a given. She did strike out, 180. Carl Campa, you're right. The Ho Chunk, but the Ho Chunk is a casino in Wisconsin. This is in Madison area or something like that. I'm going to explain how we come up with a Ho Chunk. We bowled against in a World Team Challenge stuff back in the 80s. And there was a local team from the casino. And Tyler Kleinepeer almost going away, almost doing a Ho Chunk, but caught the head pin for a strike. So he won in that match. But there was a local team, the natives from the casino, the Ho Chunk Casino. And pretty much the shot back then was you couldn't play outside of 10. Way too much oil, you had to play in. These guys can do that. Anytime they threw the ball, went down the middle of the lane, and you missed the head pin left. So you Ho Chunked it. That is still a talk today that we always talk about. So, Carl, I'm glad you know where the casinos are. Must have nothing to do at the liquor store today. So Tyler moving on. Katie Ann would have went 1 and 2. She's out now, so we have a few more people dropping out. Noah Granby trying to make a good solid finish here. A little off balance on that one. Looked like he just, when you go through the motions, you kind of know that you don't have it anymore. Or you don't have a chance anymore, I should say. Kind of go through the motions and throw errant shots. Easy to do. So we got going on over there. Wayne Jensen looks like he pretty much pummeled Nick Heilman. Wayne's got about a 6-bagger in there. He's got 240 for sure, if not 250. 180, something like that for Nick. So Nick's out. Wayne. I think he's using some urethane ball. I'm not sure what it is, but he's all right. Anthony Stewart firing it down there for a solid strike. But he's got 133 in the 7th. The strike here, Jason Price, could have 156 in the 7th. So there's a 20-some pin match right there. Eric O'Branson rolling the ball up somewhere between first and second arrow. Can't see exactly from here. Solid strikes though. Looking good. We're going to put the camera over here to 9 and 10. We'll watch this guy. Very solid game. Very impressive. Simple but impressive. Well, Carl, you shouldn't have went on vacation. You wouldn't have got COVID. Oh, I'm not sure that's what you meant, but hope you're not too sick. And vacation? Where's Brady Stearns? I want to ask what that means. What does vacation mean when you work part-time? Just kidding, Carl. Looks like Eric's got to doctor up his fingers a little bit here. He's got some time to waste. Got the match in hand, doesn't need it. Let's see, we got Jason Price. He won 8 spare. 154 in the 7th. So no, it's only 21 pin match. He's in the all-important 9th frame. A good pin count right here would be crucial for Jason. How about 10? 10's a good pin count. So it gives him 174. He's at a 214 pace. And 223 max for Anthony Stewart. So absolutely needs this strike. Let's see what he does. He's using some sort of motive ball. I don't know if it's urethane or not. Looks like the tank from what I could see. Solid strike. I mean, it looks like it was a strike from here. Yep. All right, well, got that one. Nine spare strike gives him 202, but he strike out for 223. Would force Jason Price to get the first one. Anything other than that, forced him to at least mark. How's that look? High, solid flush. He stared it down, so you take that. All right. That's only one, though. It doesn't matter. Eric Branson over here. Oh, I got to get you back. I'm going to go over to 11 and 12 here because we can see off to the right. We can actually see what's going on over on 13 and 14. Just you can see Anthony over there just getting up for an 11th frame. Oh no! Not only was it not a strike, it was a 5 count. Gives him, say he takes 3 here. Gives him 206. He needs to do that to force Jason Price to mark the 10th frame. The 5 count killer. Keep it on the lane. Don't just throw it away. You got 2 of them. Gives him 205. Which is just enough to make him fill the frame. Not easy to do, like I talked about it earlier. When you get up, you're all loose, you got a lot of strikes going on, whatever. And all. Oh, we got something going on here. All right, we got something going on here. I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me and see me or not. I think I lost connection for a second, I thought. But nothing's happening over here. We just, I can see Brady Stearns way over there, about 22 or 23, throwing some. He got some knuckles from Brent Newman. I'm not sure who won. We'll wait for our crack staff to get down over here with the scores. There's Andy Mills walking by again. That's all he does is walk by, left and right, left and right. Squeaking by is another thing. Must have won again. And there's Nick Heilman following Andy, but watching the money. Where's the money? How'd Nick do?
It was a close match, but in the end, I lost by 79 to Wayne.
You lost by 79 in a close match? Oh, you kept it under 100. You kept it under 100. Oh, I did see that, yeah. Wayne had 250. That's kind of, when a guy's striking like that on this type of a shot, you have no chance because it's not house out walled up here. So. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. If we're losing some connection. We got a reconnection again, so I'm not sure what's happening, but nothing's really going on. So if you don't see any bowling balls going down the lane, that's okay. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut off the mic here for a little bit, and then we'll come back. I'm going to shut the mic off for a little bit while people are jockeying around position here. So I'll be back. We'll leave the cameras on, though. All right, can you hear me now? I'm not sure if you can hear me or not. Let me know if you can hear that. Yeah, I know I'm losing connection on my phone, too. All right, we'll be back. All right, everybody, I'm back. I had to go freshen up my favorite beverage here, whatever. So let's see what we got going on right here now. We got Eric Branson. Looks like he's over on 11 and 12. Bowling against, I'm not sure who that's going to be over there. And we got Steve Bone and Will Matafee over here on lane 7 and 8. So if it's Will Matafee, so they're in the losers bracket. Eric Branson is in the losers bracket. Then we got Andy Mills and Wayne Jensen. They're in the winners bracket. So it looks like Andy must have beat Ryan Savoy. And I'll have those scores to you as soon as our crack staff, which is Jason and Allie Hansen, running up and down. But eventually we're going to get it so it's a lot easier where everybody gets down to this end of the house, and we shouldn't have to worry about we should have scores a lot faster for you. Here's Eric Branson with open double. I'm not sure what he did, that 6-3 count that he had in the third frame. Andy Mills throwing that shot, solid strike. The shot's coming to him now. Will cutting that 2-pin a little bit too short for the 210. So Eric's bowling Tyler Kleinup here. Tyler's been sneaking by, hanging in there though. I like that. So it's Wayne Jensen, Andy Mills, I told you that. And we got Brady Stearns and Brandon Cryer. They're over on about lane 7. Oh, there's Allie again with the updated stuff. Just in time. Let's see what's going on here. I'll tell you what happened on the match before. So Brandon Cryer beat Dave Ullman 202 to 192. And then Brady Stearns beat Brent Newman 216 to 198. Wayne Jensen 259 to Nick Heilman. That was a really close match for a while, and they got to be 79 pins. And then Andy Mills 211 to 204 snuck by Ryan Savoy. So we should have a couple people sitting out. The ones who went 2 and 1, they're going to be sitting out for a round here for the losers bracket to catch up. So what we had was Will Matafee beat Thomas Cleveland 187 to 186. That actually might have been a tie, and it was a 9th and 10th frame roll off, and Will would have won that. Steve Bone 264 to 193 over Dan Goldstein. Jace King 246 194 over Dylan Hansen. Scott Anderson 183 181 over Jeff Walther. The losers here, by the way, are out of the tournament right now. Keo Kean 243 201 over Yorkie, which is Austin York. Anthony Stewart 205 200 over Jason Price. We actually saw the end of that one. Eric Branson over Noah Granby. We saw that. And we did see Tyler Kleinup beat Katie Ann Sop Schrader. So good tournament for all those people. They're out right now, but they got to make the cut. You had to bowl 8 games qualifying on a pretty tough pattern here, whatever. So some people made it look kind of easy. Some made it look kind of tough. Some made it look tougher than others. What else we got here? So now we have Will Matafee and Steve Bowen are bowling right here. And these guys are in the loser bracket, so if you lose now, you're out. Our double elimination format. Jace King against Scott Anderson. That's over on 3 and 4. I'll try to get some cameras moved over to that. You got Keo Kean and Anthony Stewart. They're way up on the other end of the house, 31 and 32. And Eric Branson and Tyler Kleinup are just right here on the camera. So we'll try to keep you abreast of what's going on far away from the cameras, and I'll try to turn the cameras around for where we're bowling, or where the guys are bowling, so you can see these. So just let you know, Andy Mills just struck 138 in the 6th and a strike up in the 7th, and Wayne Jensen 48 in the 3rd with a turkey. One more strike here. We got an even match there, so that's close. Will sneaking one back just enough to strike. We're going to watch Eric O'Branson's shot right here. And, he left a bucket. I'm not sure if that's what he left back in the 3rd frame, but he's still solid. We're going to change the camera over here a little bit. Actually, we're going to go over here to 7 and 8. We're going to watch Will Matafee, and then we'll be able to see off to the left on lanes 3 and 4, Scott Anderson and Jace King. The bowlers that are sitting out, waiting, are Dave Ullman, Brent Newman, Nick Heilman, Ryan Savoy. They're sitting out, waiting around because we got a ball stuck here on 7 and 8. Or lane 8. I don't know if it matters whether it's 7 or 8 or 8. Wayne Jensen, I didn't see what he left, but it's a single pin spare. He's down by 11 to Andy Mills in the 7th frame. Those two, and they got Brady Stearns and Brandon Cryer going for to head to the undefeateds after the 4 games. And that one match, whoever wins the 2 winners of those, whoever wins that gets to sit out about 4 or 5 rounds waiting for the all the losers bracket bowlers to catch up to them. Oh, the old 4-pin by Wayne Jensen. He's down by 11. Oh, we need double the legal size paper to fit this now. But I like how it fits right in there. That's still good too.
The losers bracket below.
We call it the non-winners bracket in today's vernacular. Okay.
What does this word here right here say? I know it's hard to read, but is that?
It says loser.
Loser.
Loser. Yeah, but today's vernacular, you can't use that, Jason.
Nobody told me.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. Don't be a bully. All right. Anyway, they are in the losers bracket. Same thing, non-winner, loser. What difference does it make?
It's,
You just
the non-winners bracket.
you can't put an NW on your forehead, but you can put an L. So, for all you watching at home, we're okay with that.
We're all right.
We're all right with it. So, Jason, you done running around?
No chance.
No chance. All right. Well, you and Allie are getting these scores. Well, I'm looking. We're down here on 5, 6, 7, 8 watching, and you're way over here on 31, 32 getting scores. You got to come back down here.
32 people made the cut.
Oh, man, I know. That's a lot of lanes. With only 2 people getting scores, it's phenomenally good that everything went on time. You guys got the scores, and everybody knew it. Nobody needs to see all the scores all the time. Some people think they need to.
Sure. Yeah.
You kind of, but if you walk up and down, you see how people are bowling around you. You know, kind of, you got the gist of what's going to happen.
Without a doubt. No, it was busy but good.
All right, good. Oh, Steve Bowen with the Greek Church on the lane that he wasn't striking on, so I'm assuming he tried to do something a little bit different. You know, you want to strike, your partner's got a double, you've left 2 single pins, and what happens? You go through the nose. Andy Mills, solid strike. They're finally coming to him. But, so he's got 178 in the 8th. He can strike out for 238. He just struck in the 9th frame. Wayne Jensen, excuse me, he can strike out for 226. This is an all-important 9th frame for Wayne Jensen. I want to know what ball that is he's using. It looks like a urethane ball, but I'm not really sure. What brand it is, I don't know. There are so many different bowling balls out there. Being not in the pro shop business, I don't know enough about all of them. Oh, and it looked like he crossed over on that one. I'm not really sure. He's talking to himself, though. Needs this strike right here. So Wayne got that one in the 9th frame. I'm actually going to get the camera over here at 11 and 12. And you can see Wayne off to the right. He needs this strike to force Andy to mark the 10th frame. And That is why Wayne is in the winner's bracket, throwing shots like that. Like, I'm not sure we did the first frame. You went split 7-1, and a strike and an 8 spare. But other than that, it's either 9s or strikes. So now this all-important one makes Andy get the first strike, not just Mark. See what he's made out of. And like I mentioned, you throw it differently when you need to have one on these tough shots. John Cryer, you're watching, but your son is way, way off camera. I can't see where he's doing down there at all, so I can't tell you. Carrying out that light 5-pin spinner there, so 226. Will Matafee hooking by a 2-8. I'll get back to this in a second. We're gonna. Oh, I'm gonna have to move the camera. No, we got Neil Kleineper standing there, whatever. But he's waiting for Wayne, so that the match on 13 and 14, the all-important one for to move on and stay in the winner's bracket. Andy Mills needs a strike to move on. Actually needs strike and 9 spare. 226 for Wayne. I would say Andy can get the first strike, and 9 spare should be easy, but then he missed a couple of 10 pins earlier, so we'll see. Andy stalking the line, slow spinning it out there for a solid strike, snapping out the 10. Yeah, 9 spare is good. 9 miss is not. 8 spare is a tie. 9 miss is a tie. 7 is a loss. Strike's a win. Anything can happen. Watch the little ball going down on lane 14. Oh, I don't know if you like that one or not. He did not like it at all. Got the 7 count. He's a non-winner. He's going into the loser's bracket. Wayne Jensen is moving on to bowl against either Brandon Cryer or Brady Stearns. We'll see if we get them closer to you. So Tyler Kleineper is, he could have 216. He's bowling against Eric O'Branson, and he went high after getting that first strike in the 10th. So he's going to have 2-0, 2, 3, or 4, whatever it is, and Eric can have. Eric's going to have to get a first strike. Eric's got to have the first strike, and he had 2 6 counts. And actually, they were both on the other lane, so Eric's probably locked in on this left lane. 204, Tyler Kleineper. Eric's just taking his time. I like the young man's game. I've talked about that, how solid he is. I also like how he's just calm. And he's not antsy and jumping around, and just waited till his turn was up. Goes through his same routine. I was told by somebody walking by that Brady Stearns beat Brandon Cryer. So Brady and Wayne Jensen will be bowling for the winner of the winner's bracket, the undefeated. That's going to have to be beat twice. So we'll see how that works out. And here's Eric O'Branson. Need a strike to win. And coming in light and did not do it. No, so he needs to spare strike to tie. I had my mathematical skills were a little bit off on that one. Oh, and Will over there on lane 8 does not carry that 10-pin. We have a 3-pin match between him and Steve Bone, the senior lefty. Eric O'Branson sparing the 6-9. Strike to tie. There'll be a 9 to 10 frame roll-off if that happens. Anything less would be uncivilized. That's a commercial somewhere. I don't remember where I got that from. So if you're Eric, and like I always mention, you get up there when you need something to strike and you throw it differently. He just went light. Now, did he throw it too hard? Did he spin it too much? Did he was not lined up? We'll see what he does differently here. This has to be a strike. Basically the same shot. He was light, threw it too hard or something. Now, if he would have just went 9 spare 9, then they would have tied. So, he's out. Good tournament, Eric. So what do we got? We're going to change the camera over here to lanes 7 and 8. And then we can also watch what's going on 5 and 6. We got Brent Newman and Jace King. They're coming out of the losers bracket. So Wayne Jensen and Brady Stearns, from the sounds of it, I know Wayne for sure, and somebody told me about Brady. Solid strike for Steve Bone for a double. Him and Wayne Jensen, 2 seniors left in the field. There was about 15 seniors bowling here today. I didn't read off the cashers, the bonus cashers as far as the seniors. I don't have that right here with me right now, but they were Bob Robillard, John Holmes, and Tom Corbett were the 3 bonus senior catcher guys. Always good to get that bonus senior catcher. Now I can afford to bowl at MSC next week. MSC bowlers will be up at good old Classic Bowl in Coon Rapids. See your favorite lane man, Scott Sodergren. I'm hoping the shot's easier than my Wednesday night league up there because I don't score very well there in league. Hopefully I'll do better in the MSC. All right, looks like we got Nick Heilman now coming back to bowl against Keo Key, and they sat out a match. Steve Bowen striking out, so he's going to have 2-1. He just shut out Will Matafee, so Will is going home, as they say. Or wherever he's going, but he's not bowling anymore. Soon to be new father, Will Matafee, and in probably a week or 2, I think. All right, so we said Nick Heilman go split strike. Keo started out with a strike. He's up on what are they over there on lane 13 and 14. And you got Wayne Jensen over on 17, 18. He'll be bowling against Brady Stearns, as we mentioned, so that will be for the undefeated. Mr. 710 guy walking by me, Joey Gobe. I brought it up today. Frame's not over, Joey. Frame's not over. Bruce, you're right. Sody's going to toughen him up. I like it. I'm going to move the camera over here to 11 and 12. Nobody's bowling at 11 and 12, but you'll see the balls going on 13 and 14. Nick Heilman and Keo Kean bowling there. Nick open strike and Keo with a turkey. And I can see where Brady and Wayne are bowling. Like 17 and 18, something like that, whatever. And I'll be able to try to tell you if they filled frames or whatever. I think I can see that far. So I mentioned Wayne set out with a strike, and it looks like Brady set out with a spare. We got Brent Newman over here on lane 5 and 6, leaving 5-8. I mentioned Brent Newman working for Loose Line Brewery. Gave me a couple of beers today. One was a Foggy Bottom Hazy IPA. One of them Crowlers, which is like a 40-ounce beer or something like that. So I'll have to chill that and then pour it into about 3 glasses worth of sipping on that some night. Nick Heilman with spare turkey. Keel using the Blue Hammer from the 1980s. A lot of people use urethane, but new urethane. He's using old urethane. I can see Brady Stern leaving a 3-6-10, picked it up on the outside, snapped out the 10. I would call that a lucky spare. I think he would too. I'm going to watch this shot by Keel. Oh, the old solid 7. I'm going to move you over here to, we're going to go to 7 and 8 on the cameras. But the match of Brett Newman and Jace King is on 5 and 6. So we'll watch that one as they're down here doing this. Wayne left a solid 10 pin, it looks like, so as Wayne Jensen, that is. Keel using his spare ball, which is the Blue Hammer. Same ball he uses for his strikes, so people don't do that very often. We use the same ball anymore. Nick splashing him out there for a 4-bagger. Jace King, oh, the old kind of half 10. Good shot, Jace. Good shot to pick up a spare, and you got your 1-pin lead. Last thing you want to do is give your opponent an opening by missing a single pin. You know, you can get splits here and there, but don't miss the single pins, especially at this point of the day. Oh, I think Nick just crossed over for 5-bagger. He's got open 5-bagger, and Keel's got the 4-bagger spare after he just left that solid 7 in the 5th. He could have had all 5, and now if he doesn't get this one here, he's behind. Funny game this bowling is. It's a game and it's a sport. I'm not sure what everybody thinks about all that. You don't have to be, you know, chiseled, 6'5", 250 pounds and strong to bowl. You can be whatever height, weight you are. You throw the ball how you throw the ball. You repeat shots, pick up your spares. You can be good. Doesn't matter your stature. Keel up to 10-pin. Kind of throws that Blue Hammer a little back up to pick up that 10-pin. Let's watch Jace King over here on lane 5, left to 1-2. Almost. Oh, that was a washout. All right, okay, good one. I thought he was going to hook by the 1-2 and then picked up the washout. Good shot, Jace. Getting high fives from some of his friends and teammates back there. So we got the 77 in the 4th for Jace, 59 in the 3rd with a spare up in the 4th for Brent. So 8 or better, he's tied or got the lead there. Keel, what a bad shot he threw in that game so far, left a 6-10. Sometimes your opponent, by getting a lucky strike, kind of throws you off your game a little bit, maybe. You know, maybe you're thinking about that totally instead of striking. I don't know. Brent Newman with a solid strike there. Up by 2, 5th frame. All right, Allie. I got all this. All right. The crack staff with Allie and Jason Hansen coming here with all these scores. I can tell you what's been going on. Or I can tell you what happened. I can tell you what's going on now by just watching up and down. I'm looking way down there, and Wayne Jensen, what did he leave there? Looks like he's spared, so he's got, like 50 something in the 3rd, 58, 59. Brady went strike, spared, double. Looks like Brady's got an advantage there right now. And Brent Newman, solid strike there to take a 12-pin lead now, whatever. So I'm going to give you the scores of what happened that last match so you know who moved on here. Even though you can probably kind of tell by who I'm talking about. But Steve Bone beat Will Matafee 216 to 167. Then we had 207 to 202, Jace King over Scott Anderson. Keo Kean 257 over Anthony Stewart 257 206. And Tyler Kleinapir 204 203 over Eric O'Branson. We saw that. So Anthony Stewart kept that one close, lost by 50. He's taking off right now. He's out. So then we got Brady and Wayne. We talked about that going on. Brandon Cryer and Andy Mills are actually waiting. So they're throwing in a few practice shots down there because they earned the bye. And Steve Bone, so Steve Bone is bowling Dave Ullman. Jace King over Brent Newman. We saw that. Keo and there's Tyler Kleinapir and Ryan Savoy are over on about 20 or something like that bowling. So we're going to get down here in the cameras here pretty soon, guys. What we got going on here? So Nick went after that 5-bagger, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-bagger, 9 spare strikes. So he's got 168 in the 7th, strike up in the 8th, and Keo a late tap on the 10-pin. So he's got 166 in the 7th. 2-pin match, advantage Nick right now. We can go over here. Let's see. Brent Newman, he had that double. Jace King went 9 spare strike. I actually wasn't paying attention what he did, but it's still about a 12-pin match there, depending on what Brent Newman does here right now. The local motive bowler out of living in, I believe, Maple Grove, bowling out of Medina Lanes, working for Loose Line Brewery. Oh, he didn't like it. 245 knocks out the 2, so knocks out the 4. Left the it's funny, left the 2-5, man. I was gonna say, is that easier? No, it's more choppable without the 4-pin there. So we'll see what he does. The 36910 for Keel, the toughest spare, not counting a split. Multiple ways to miss that, and he just missed that. So he just, I don't want to say he's given that game to Nick, but that solid 7 in the 5th frame that would have given him a 5-bagger. He didn't get that. Nick crossing over in the middle of his 5-bagger was a turning point of that game, and Brent Newman did pick up that spare. You can see that. Nick got all excited about snapping out that 10-pin. He didn't really tell what he did, but I thought he was excited. Ooh, Wayne. Looks like Wayne toppled in something. Nope, he didn't. Left a single pin, probably a 7-pin. Solid strike by Brent over there. 147 in the 7th. Jace right here. If he gets the strike in the 8th and 9th, he's within 1 pin, and it puts the pressure back on Brent. So, come on, Jace, dig in. He knows what he has to do. Throws the ball well. What did Wayne do? No, he missed that 7-pin. All right, Jace. Okay, that wasn't your best shot. You got a strike. Now get up there and throw it really good. Take advantage of this. Striking the all-important 9th frame. You'll be within 1 pin. Put pressure on your opponent. I've seen him do it in league on Friday nights. Used to do it right here. Nick Heilman striking in the 8th, 9th, both in the 10th, so he's moving on. Keo Kean is moving out. Solid strike there. Jace, what do you say? Very nice. Oh, solid posted that shot. He even kind of jumped back in the line. I like that. Get a little bit of a little pep in your step there, Jace. I like it. All right, Brent Newman you know what you have to do? If you do not miss, you cannot lose. We'll see what happens over there. The last time on this lane, he left that 2-4-5 and knocked out the 4 and left the 2-5 only. So not only did he not strike, he lost a pin count. He still had 1 pin in the pin count, so that didn't matter much. Actually, it probably mattered that he actually knocked down that 4 and got 8 instead of 7. See what he does here. Oh, and he trips the 4. I think he's using the urethane ball also, but see, I use a black hammer or a purple hammer today a little bit. Urethane's not for me, but you can't throw the ball with like my River 8 Brents, guys like us. You can't throw it away from the pocket too much. You got to kind of keep it up at him and take your chances of tripping out a 4. So let's see what he does here. Whatever he does, he has to force Jace to get a strike or 2 in the 10th. Brady Stearns looked like he opened also in the same frame that Wayne opened. I can't see the scores because they're down there on lane 19, 17, 18 or something like that, whatever. It's probably a close match. The old half 10 by Brent. So 216 max for Brent. That's so if he spares strikes, Jace has to have the first strike. If he just goes, say, spare 9, 8, whatever, Jace needs to go like 9 spare strike. Anything less than 9 is not going to not be good for Jace, but he's got to pick this spare up first of all, and he's got to strike to put that pressure back on. Pin count, all important pin count here. But if you're Jace, first strike, you win no matter what Brent does. Jace is all ready to go. He's going, come on, Brent, get done. I'm standing up here, drying off my hand. I'm ready to go. I'm not sure if you're into icing the other guy or anything or not, whatever. Do you take your time? I don't know how that much that plays into it. It might. Some people don't want to, they have their own rhythm. Some people take it different ways, whatever, but just do what you need to do. Cross over and throw it good. Didn't throw it good at all. 216 for Brent. He's going, I don't know what I did there. Now Jace has to have a strike. And he could throw it really well, leave a 10, a 7, or he can throw it bad like Brent did and struck. Let's see what happens. Just like he did last time. Jace, throw it well, post a shot, you got it. Oh, he fell off the shot. Oh, no. I'm not sure what happened there. Sometimes you get going too fast. Wasn't one of his better shots. I'd like to talk to him about that afterward and see what... You got to have a plan. I'm sure he did. I don't want to say that, but he didn't throw it very well. It's like he rushed it. So Brady sounded like a strike. Nope. Must have been solid 7 or 8. I can't see, but there's nothing on the right side there, so that could have been a double. I don't know what's going on down there, but we'll find out. We're down to under 10 bowlers here now, so we'll see what's going on. As soon as these guys are done, we'll get down over to here so we can actually watch what's going on rather than you guys just hear me talk. So Brady did pick that up. If I move the cameras on 11 and 12, you can actually see they're on, I believe it's 17, 18. And you can see that off to the right of the screen. Brady is up on 17. Looks like they both have 2 opens. I can't see if either one had a double. So you can see the ball going down the lane, and that's Brady Stearns' shot. And it looked pretty solid there. So I don't. Whatever he left in the ninth frame, it sounded really solid. So it could have been a turkey, but we can kind of surmise what's going on here by Brady gets this one, and we'll be able to see the reaction of Wayne if he needs to have a strike or not when he gets up on the right lane in the 10th frame. This is where, depending on who's bowling first or who's finishing first, as a higher seeded bowler, you get the choice of who starts the match. And so, being that Brady was higher seeded, so he might have wanted to make sure he finished first. So we'll see what Wayne does. And Mr. 710 Joey Globe walking by. And frame ain't over yet, Joey. Frame ain't over yet. Okay, I had to get that in there just because Joey was standing there. But that was a double now for Brady. And if I can see right, the strike here gives him 207. And I can't quite tell what Wayne has, but I don't think he can get to 207. I'm not really sure. We'll find out. We'll see their reactions. So ball going down the lane, 4-pin for Brady. So whatever he had, whatever. Wayne's got a strike up in the 9th. We'll find out if he, runs this out or slaps it out. He's not going to slap it off. He's not going to do any of that stuff, whatever. But if you're going to give it a little fist pump, I think he needs it, so he's taking his time. If he's already lost the match, he wouldn't be doing this. What has happened there? He walked back. And it looks like he struck. Yeah. So he still might need this one, if I could guess. Hey, Davey, does Wayne need this strike to win that match against Brady? Davey Ullman's going to run down there and tell me. So I'm right. Wayne needs this strike to win the match against Brady. How did he throw it? Oh, he fell off the shot. And he left a 2-pin. And so Brady's the winner. So a hell of a match. They both had opens in there. Brady, by doubling in the 10th frame, putting the pressure on your opponent, and like I mentioned, you throw it differently. So that's the last two bowlers we just talked about who needed strikes to win. They both fell off the shot. One went high, one went light. When you're bowling on a house shot, for those of you at home, you're bowling your league, you don't really follow. You just kind of like let the ball go off your hand, you throw it. When they're not that easy, it's very hard to keep everything solid in play, whatever. So anyway, good so far for Wayne. It puts him down into the. He's got a break now. He's the loser of the winners bracket. He sits out a few. How did Davey Ullman do that game? Steve Bone took care of you. Those senior guys, they're terrible. In other words, Steve Bone beat Dave Ullman, so Dave Ullman's out. So Steve Bone is still in. Who else is out? Who else we see go out here? Oh, yeah, I talked about Jace. Sorry, Jace. You had a chance. You had a chance. You bowled well today. Good tournament. So now we got people coming back in that sat out around. Well, let's get the camera over here to 9 and 10. Let's watch Nick Heilman and Ryan Savoy. What they're going to do. Solid strike for Nick. And why is Ryan Savoy here instead of racing? I don't know. Maybe there's too much snow on the track for him to race. But he's down here bowling. Him and Eric O'Branson drove down this morning. He's rocking that locker guy shirt. William Morris, good tournament today. I saw you get a lot of strikes. I think we need to make that Locker Guy logo in a different color on his shirt so it stands out in the camera here. What do you think? Nevin Brady, are you watching? Maybe you should do something about that, Nevin. Just kidding, by the way. So it looks like he's using urethane. Ryan, just so soft up the back of it. Lets the ball roll. About 10 or 11 at the arrows. Out to, I couldn't quite see from my vantage point. I could have looked at the camera, but maybe 5, 6, something like that. High flush. For those of you who don't know, Ryan Savoy is a father who was a pretty good bowler. USBC Hall of Famer. I didn't talk about this. I kind of talked about this last month when Brandon Cryer won. So Brandon and John Cryer are a father and son duo who have won CBA titles, along with Ryan Savoy and Todd Savoy. And then also Denny Savoy, or Denny Schott and Eric Schott are father and son. They also have a Denny and Terry Schott, or Denny and Eric Schott, one along with an uncle, Terry Schott. So we have 3, a father, a son, and an uncle. And we also have that with Ryan Savoy, Todd Savoy, and Denny Savoy. We have a father, son, and an uncle who have won CBA titles. And a little known fact, we also have Lee Peterson and Ed Peterson as far as CBA father and son who have won CBA titles. So a lot of trivia. I'm going to try to get more and more of that stuff on my on the CBA website. I got it back up and running after I don't know, a couple of years of viruses and all the stuff I had, and I wasn't paying a lot of attention to it, and got out of hand. But that's going to be the history. If you want to know what's going on in CBA wise, you look at the Facebook page. Jason Hansen puts stuff all out there on the Facebook page. If you want to know history, I'm going to have all that history on the CBA website, which is centralbowlersalliance.com website. So I will try to keep that up. The more once I get it caught up, I'll try to keep that up there weekly or monthly or whatever. Was another great tournament, CBA tournament today, Dylan. We had 97 bowlers come out, bowl a CBA Masters tournament here at Southtown. Top 32 in the double elimination match play. Thank again to the staff here at Southtown, and I have to give another shout out to Lawan, the young man who was running the counter, cooking the food, changing the towels in the bathroom, cleaning up. It's like he was a one-man show today. He was doing everything. Great job. All right, it was not a very good first shot by Ryan, but he picked up a spare. You got to stay clean no matter what. I talk about that all the time. Easier said than done, obviously. So we have, we're watching this match here, obviously, with Ryan Savoy and Nick Heilman. So I'm watching down there. We have Andy Mills and Brandon Cryer. And then we got Brent Newman and Steve Bone. So that's 6. And then we got Wayne Jensen, who lost to Brady Stearns. So Brady's undefeated, and Wayne is the loser of the winner's bracket, so he's going to sit down like a 3 or 4 rounds or something like that. So we're down to 8 bowlers. So wasn't paying much attention. Obviously wasn't a very good shot by Ryan. Went high, got the 2. 74 in the 4th. Nick's going to keep the ball in play, pick up his spares. Very solid player from La Crosse, Wisconsin. Very nice, soft roll. Actually, I'm starting to talk good about him, and he throws a ball like that. I got to stop doing that. Anyway, I was going to say how he just gets out of the ball so nice and clean up the back of it. A lot lets the ball, whatever bowling ball he uses, however it's laid out and drilled, let the weight block take over. Can't force something that the ball's not going to do. But either way, lift up 2-pin, gets right up there right away and throws it way better and picks it up. So, Jason Hansen with the updated scores. Gave them to me upside down. I got to turn it around here. I can't do everything right. Anyway, I mentioned we got Steve Bowen, Brent Newman. They're way over there bowling, and Nick Heilman and Ryan Savoy, of course, are right here bowling. And I did mention Brady Stearns and Wayne Jensen going to sit out a round or two. And I had them all right. Oh, Nick, that was just terrible. I just started talking really good things about you, Nick, and it's almost like they just ran up there and threw the ball without any focus, like I did half the time today. Not half the time, part of the time. Keith Howard is watching. Keith, ever since you turned 50, you haven't bowled a CBA since. So come on, Keith, what's going on? You haven't even bowled an MSC. Coon Rapids Lanes, it's not that far from your house. I know you live in Brooklyn Park. Get your bowling balls and come up there and bowl. So see you next Sunday, the 18th, at Scott Sodergren Lane Man at Classic Bowl. Next Sunday, Keith, be there. Okay, Ryan, the last one you threw on the left lane, you went high. So you make sure you get it out. And you get it down like they're too far. And it just hangs. And it comes back for a 2-8-10. And you go, wow. That's 2 opens in a row that I don't have possibilities of spares. I'm trying to tell you that these lanes are tough. Just get the 2 pins. Try to get as much pin count as possible when you're not going to have a spare. You can't pick those up. CBA-wise, you could throw that left-handed. We don't have that rule as far as lefty-righty, which you certainly need to have an average in a league. You can only either bowl a league left-handed or right-handed and have a USBC average. This is a scratch tournament organization. Doesn't matter what you average. It doesn't mean anything. If you want to shoot spares left-handed, throw backup to whatever, you can do that. So I'm just trying to make sure everybody understands that. So 1 pin lead for Ryan just because he got 2 and 2 both times on that 7-count splits. And the old half 10. So, Keith, I did not know that you had surgery. So hope everything's good. And I mean it this year. I'm taking you a Twins game. We'll sit in those seats behind home plate called Champions Clubs. So, Keith, I will get a hold of you sometime this summer. We'll go to a baseball game. As soon as the Twins sign Carlos Correa, you and I are going to a game. The pattern today, I believe it was called, let me think about it, whatever now, but it was 37 feet. I can't remember the name of it. I kind of lost that, but it was 37 feet. You had to play out, and the people that were better at getting the ball to the break point at the right time, the right spot on the lane, with whatever rev rate you had, whatever ball you use. A lot of people use urethane. I did use a lot of lower, less ball, nothing aggressive. Couldn't do that. Missed a lot of spares. I had enough strikes all day today to make the cut. But when I missed badly. And then a lot of opens too. But when Jason comes back here, I'll have to ask him what the pattern was. Ooh, I don't think Nick liked that. I think he thought he missed it, but all right, 1 pin match. 83 in the 5th for Ryan, 82 in the 5th for Nick. Both spares up. And I certainly can't see what's going on down on about lanes 21, 2, 3, and 4, where the other matches are going on, but our crack staff will fill me in when they get down here. Nice shot, Nick. Steve Bone, Brent Newman about 10 pins apart in the 5th, 6th frame. And they got Brandon Cryer and Andy Mills down a little bit further. I can watch that shot right now. Okay, so I'm not sure. Oh, they're just, I think they're just practicing. I just saw Andy throw one in the channel. I don't think that mattered. So I think they're practicing. Just warming up. Because they're sitting out another game or two. So solid strike by Ryan. He's so excited. He runs it out, slaps it out. Oh, no, he didn't do any of that stuff. He's been there before, done that before. So I got to mention one thing. I do a lot of bowling, see a lot of bowlers, I watch a lot, and I see bowlers all the time where they throw the ball and they should strike, think they should strike. But if they leave a solid 8, 9, whether it's lefty or righty, they seem to want to stand up on the approach and stand there and go, see me? Watch, just look at this. I left this solid 8. Oh, I got, and then of course they're not thinking about it and they miss the spare. And my other thing was, sure, you're going to get tapped. You're going to leave those things once in a while. You're also going to get very lucky a lot of times. If you're very honest with yourself, if you're trying to be solid flush in the pocket and you hit light and you strike, you have to know that that was lucky. But people don't ever say that. They just think they get tapped and screwed all the time. I saw that a lot. I see that a lot in league more than here, way more in league than here. But I noticed today, I watched a lot of bowlers that were never ready to bowl. We were going from pair to pair. We'd move a pair, skip a pair each game, moving left, right, across the house if you had to. And I saw so many people, where are you? You guys ready to bowl? Oh, yeah, sorry, I was back here. I was doing this. And as we watched Nick get up there and throw 2 strikes in a row and said, okay, you're going to go up there and strike Ryan. I'm going to just do the same thing to you. But anyway, I saw a lot of people doing not being ready to bowl. So are they here to focus and bowl well and have fun, or just have fun and bullshit with the other people that they're here with? I don't really know, and maybe they don't know how to focus. They haven't learned that in their schooling, their teaching stuff. I really don't know, but I saw that a lot today. Oh, Ryan got away with that one. He's jumping around. He's all excited about that, as you can see. All right, Keith, I will for sure get a hold of you. We are going to the Twins game. Maybe I'll wait till we don't want to go when it's like 35 degrees and rainy. So we'll do it in probably June, something like that, where it's warm but not 95 and whatever, and we'll sit in the Champions Club and get all the good food you can eat and all the beer you can drink. High, solid flush shot, Ryan. All I know is by looking at the scores here, my Northeast Minneapolis high school math, Ryan Savoy is 103 in the 6th. Nick Heimel is 102 in the 6th. If Ryan strikes out, he can't lose. All right, Pam. I like it. You're going to do it again here, aren't you, Pam? And I'm not going to do that turkey call because I don't know how to do it like you do. Okay, about 10 or so. Oh, no, I'm not sure what he did on that one. It looked really good. He might have missed it a little bit. Maybe he got it down the lane too far before it picked up the roll. But either way, he has to pick this up. 212 gives him. So, first of all, he forced Nick to get the first 2 now if he picks this up. He has to get the first 2 and keep the ball on the lane. All right, so he did that. So a good game by Ryan, even though they're not really easy. So he had those 2 splits, 7, and he got 2 each time. Huge, getting 2 on the splits. Nick's getting up there, needs this one for sure, and then he has to have the next one. Oh, I don't think he liked it. Nope. Like I mentioned, you throw it differently when you really need to have something, when the shot's tough. And if you can force your opponent to have to finish last, and this is what I talked about a little earlier, that qualifying helps a lot. First of all, you want to make the cut. You're not thinking about it, but the higher seed you are, the higher you qualify, you get the choice all day of how, if you want to start the match or have your opponent start the match first. And my thought is, make that opponent have the ball in his hand and try to beat you. Right, Trey? I'm talking to you, Trey. You're watching. I want to make sure you agree with me. And that shot didn't matter at all for Nick. But good tournament, Nick. Him and Andy drove up from La Crosse this morning. Bowl all day long. Now Nick's got to stick around and watch Andy bowl because he's done. All right, Todd. Ryan Savoy moving on. I don't know what's going on with Steve Bowen and Brent Newman, but whoever loses that is out. So then we'll be down to 6 players. So Nick is out right now. Where's he going? Well, we're going to watch Ryan Savoy bowl again. I'm going to move the camera over lanes 7 and 8. Pam, it's your lucky day. You get to watch your son bowl another match on the live stream. And hopefully you get to watch it the rest of the day because that means he's still winning. I really don't know who won between Brent Newman and Steve Bowen. They're kind of congregating over there. Nobody's jumping up and down. I can't tell you. You have a large crowd there, Pam. That's good. Say hi to Todd for me. I'm assuming he's watching too. Arnie Gertis is watching. Arnie Gertis should have been here bowling. All right, we got Brandon Cryer, Ryan Savoy on lanes 7 and 8. High flush, solid strike. Start out the match, Ryan. He's all excited. He's nervous. Oh, no, he's not nervous at all. I don't think I've ever seen him nervous. He just stands there, throws the ball in the pocket, walks back. Yeah, I've done this before. All right, so Brandon, who sat around a little bit, he got some practice shots down on the practice barrel because he sat out a couple of games. I don't, as young as he is, I don't think he's going to be stiff or anything. But it appears the shot could be different. You can say what you want about being lefty and it never changes, but it could be different. Not for him, it wasn't different at all. He just fires it down there, solid strike. Brandon Cryer trying to be one of a handful of bowlers to win back-to-back CBA titles. He was one of 5 players who won their first ever CBA tournament that they bowled last month when he beat Ryan in the championship match at Park Grove. This is not for the title, but these two, Ryan, and I don't know if they're thinking about it at all or not, whatever, but Ryan beat him, or Ryan wants to beat him. He wants to beat him. He just wants to keep moving on. So Andy Mills is over on 3 and 4, and he's bowling against Steve Bowen. Looks like he's going to be coming over there. Oh, the light 7-pin didn't quite knock it over. The 5-pin laid down. Andy Mills, solid strike. Not sure if he's practicing or if he started the match. Looks like he started the match. So we only have 2 matches going on right now. Here on 7 and 8 and 3 and 4. Better hook. Well, that was a dumb thing to say. You knew it was going to hook. It's very quiet in here right now, except for Andy Mills is making a lot of noise down there talking to somebody. Solid strike by Steve Bone. So we got Steve and Andy bowling on 3 and 4. Ryan and Brandon bowling on 7 and 8. And we have Wayne Jensen, who's sitting out because he's the winner or the loser of the winner's bracket. And then we have Brady Stearns, who is the winner of the winner's bracket. So he's going to be sitting out for a while. And solid strike by Ryan Savoy. Both bowlers lined up good shots to the pocket. It's a matter of who makes the best shots and who carries. I talk about being lucky here and there. You're going to leave stuff. We talk about that all the time. But you still have to get the ball in the pocket, and you got to hope you carry. We got update. I got updated a bunch of lines and some squares and stuff here. But
That's all that's going on.
this is, I've been, I'm kind of a veteran of this stuff, and I figured this out now. I kind of said exactly what this sheet says right here is exactly what I've been telling everybody.
Yeah.
The only thing I didn't know was the scores of that last match between Bone and whoever he was bowling with. I don't know what that score was.
Bone was 189.
189 for Steve Bone
Newman was 180.
against 180 for Brent Newman. Okay, that's what I didn't know. But I had it all figured out of who's bowling, who's left, and Jason Hanson's come back into our booth. Jason and Ellie rocking the Southway Bowl shirts and hoodies. I like it. They're looking good. We're down to 6.
I was right. 7. You got Stearns. Yeah. Still leading. So you got Wayne, these 2, these 4, 6, these 4.
Oh, the solid 8.
No, this is the same group.
Solid 8 by Ryan Savoy. I had it figured out. You guys do all you want on paper. I got it in my head. I got it figured out here right now. So these guys who want to figure out, think they know more than me. Oh, I'm just kidding, by the way. Anyway, so solid 8 by Ryan Savoy. Talking about you got to throw the ball in the pocket, you got to get lucky, you got to carry, and then you leave that. That would have been a double. Would have put pressure back on his opponent. So now instead of being strike spare double, he just, with maybe having a chance to go up to, the 210 pace, he's at 200 pace. With his partner having a 4-bagger, feeling very comfortable. And Brandon, I've seen him bowl in the last, I've seen him bowl for a long time, but only in these adult tournaments in his last couple, he's going to throw the ball in the pocket. And he's going to either strike, leave a 7, 8, or 10, or 9, or something like that, whatever. I don't see him going through the nose, or I don't see him being light for a bucket. He might be light for a light 5, 3-pin, something like that, but it's not going to be bucket light. It's not going to be through the nose high. Oh, didn't trip to 4. He's not a senior yet, but he's still all right, though. Just pick up those spares. You just never know. Debbie Nordis Hoffman, our number 1 fan. I see you. How you doing, Deb? You still bowl anyway, Deb? Anywhere? Not sure if you're bowling at Classic or not, and I thought you bowled in the league there, but I bowl there Wednesdays, of course. All right, Brandon Cryer up on the right lane. In 5th frame, going to put a tremendous amount of pressure on an opponent if he can strike in the 5th and 6th. He'll be at a 240 pace. Okay, got away with that one. He's throwing it pretty hard, and you do get a little bit out of your stance, out of your posting a shot when you have to stand up and throw it hard. But he kept it kept it from going through the nose. I talked about this a little bit ago, that he's going to, I can't see him going through the nose for a 4-6. He'll just leave 4 pins, 6 pins, maybe 7s, 10s or something like that, whatever. But he's very good spare shooter, so he should pick this up. Jason, hook up another microphone for you?
I got that going.
Okay.
We'll turn that on when I
I don't know, all kinds of stuff going on. I got wires going all around me. It's interrupting. Well, it's not really interrupting anything. It's just that he's just doing all this stuff. He's doing stuff. This setup here, I mentioned it earlier. He's got 6 cameras, 3 focused on the score, 3 focused on the lanes, but we can see about 12 lanes. I've been jumping back and forth and watching people. Really good setup here, Jason. You haven't enjoyed it yet. You've been running around all day doing this. So, yeah, busy day. When what I said, you get 97 bowlers. You take the top 32.
Yep.
They're all spread out over 32, 34 lanes. So I'm pretty impressed with this Brandon Cryer young man here, who throws the ball hard with a fair amount of revs. I don't want to say it's over high revs, but it's a fair amount of revs, but enough to carry when he hits that pocket there with a kind of a simple approach. He goes up there fairly quickly, but not run.
Yep.
Fairly high backswing. Everything is in time when he comes down. So
In control.
very in control, yes. So he grew up bowling. He's got a father who was a very good bowler, who left-handed also, which had probably helped him read lanes that way. And it wasn't for Ryan Savoy's solid 8 in the 4th. You just got that strike there. It would be a lot closer match. And I was just talking about that. You're going to hit. Brandon's going to hit the pocket their whole game, whether he just goes 9-9-9 all the way. But he's not going to go through for a 4-6 or a washout. So Ryan Savoy, in order to have a chance to win this match, has to strike here and the next 2.
Yeah.
And then see what happens in the 10th frame. This is a must. Has to be a strike. Oh, the half 10. Can't even say it was solid.
No. Half is being polite.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So what's going on over on 3 and 4? We got Andy Mills, Steve Bowen. So Andy's 74 in the 4th because he opened with a 6-3. It could have been a bucket or something like that. And he just went for a 2-4-10. Ryan, you missed that 10 pin. You did that last month. I don't like that. You shouldn't have done that, Ryan. Now you gave your opponent a big opening, but not over yet, but it's not looking good for you. I believe Andy picked up that split, which was a 2-4-10. So you got 74 in the 4th. Steve Bowen 56 in the 3rd with a spare up in the 4th. So strike here obviously keeps him a 2-pin lead. Look at that. He throws that ball, okay, 18.81 miles an hour, if in fact if these are right. And with the amount of revs, and he snaps out that 7. Oh, to be young again. Steve Bowen over on lane 3 and 4 just left a washout right after Andy picked up that split. Now Steve is behind by a pin and also doesn't have an easy spare. So advantage Andy Mills right now. And Steve did not pick up that washout. Brandon left a 7 pin at a time, which easy to leave when you throw the ball that hard and you're just trying to get the ball down the lane. You kind of don't stay underneath and behind it. You hope the lane takes care of it or whatever, but he did his job. He got the ball down the lane to the break point as hard as he could. See, well, that was 19.8, so it was a mile an hour faster, according to up here. Whether this is true or this is right or not, I really don't know. But all over the spare, takes the spare ball. So good shot, Brandon. All right, 178 in the 7th, 238 pace. Ryan can only have 217. He's got to strike out and hope that the worst would happen to for Brandon to open, which I don't think would happen at all. I don't think he's going to do that unless he totally goes haywire, and he's not going to do that. So it looks like Brandon's going to be moving on, and I'd bet on that. Dana, you're right. He learned everything from you because you had to decipher what the dad said. Calmly. I'm assuming you had to decipher it calmly. I'm not sure how you guys figured that, whatever, but it's good. All right, Ryan. Here's what I see what happened. A solid 8 in the 4th, and then a missed single pin in the 7th. Going to cost him. A solid 8 more than the missed 10, just because that should have been a strike for a double. 82 in the 5th for Steve, 93 in the 5th for Andy. Splashing him around, Brandon. So it's a lucky one. Okay? It wasn't high flush or anything. Got away with it. He knows that. Probably it was 19 miles an hour. I don't want to say it's any better or worse than the one he threw on the left lane where he left that 7-pin, but you get lucky on that thing. So now he's changing balls. He's got the match in hand. Looks like he's taking out a urethane ball. Has to try to figure out, hey, I'm going to continue to bowl. I have to try something else. Okay, light, struck. Whether he struck or not, he could read he read the motion of that ball. I'm surmising this is what he's thinking to himself. He's figuring out, okay, I can use this ball, go a little bit further down the lane, or it does this. He has to know what he can throw after the other ball that he's using doesn't work anymore. I think he can be softer with that ball. You won't have to throw it so hard. But we'll see what he does next match. He's going to be bowling the winner of the Steve Bone Andy Mills match, and Andy just opened with a split in the 7th for 120. And Steve Bone going up on the 7th frame right lane, trips out the bucket and the 3-pin forward for 102 in the 6th. He's got a 2-pin advantage right now. He strikes here to move that match to 12 pins. Andy's kind of lost. Anybody's match. Nice tournament, Ryan Savoy. You're always a threat to win, Ryan, no matter what tournament you enter. A solid strike for Steve that time. We have to find out where Brandon Cryer is going after this game.
Looks like 5 and 6.
Looks like 5 and 6, yes. Good tournament, Ryan. We'll see you next month or whenever. Okay, Andy Mills up on the right lane, down by 12. Absolutely has to get the ball in the pocket. Whether he doesn't need a strike yet. Splashed him around, got a strike, which is obviously better. He didn't need to have it, but now that he struck in that 8, he absolutely has to have this strike here tonight to have an opportunity to win. To not be, he could have 210, and Steve could have 222, but he's still got the 9th and 10th to bowl. So Andy absolutely needs this strike here to have any chance to win this game, and not mathematically, but in my opinion. And he just threw a solid strike. Like, I don't want to go home to lacrosse yet. I want to stay here. Okay, so he can have 210. Steve Bone could have 222. One more of the Foggy Geezer. Which, by the way, is a War Pigs IPA. Solid strike, Steve Bone. 32, 6. He could have, if he goes 9 spare, 9, he has 200. He has to have this strike to shut him out. And he still has 210 in the bag. Or not in the bag, but in they could possibly get. Strike here does not get Steve over that amount, over that pin count yet, that score yet. That's pretty solid, Steve. 9 spare gives him 211, shuts him out. 8 spares, 210 gives Andy a chance. Andy's standing back there. I can't see him, but he's going, this is what I would do. I said, just give me a chance. Give me a chance. I don't know that I'm going to do it or not, but give me a chance. I want to know who's throwing the ball harder, Steve or Brandon. I do know Brandon's got way more revs than Steve, but Steve can throw the ball as hard as any lefty. Oh, the 9 pin. Or the 8 pin, but a 9 count. Has to pick it up to shut him out. If he whiffs it, gives Andy a chance to tie. He's taking out the trusty old burgundy hammer. Let's throw this ball about 18, 19 miles an hour. Hit it right in the face. He did. 211. Max 210 for Andy. Steve's going, this is a lot of games for a 55-year-old guy like me. Nice shot, Andy. Oh, you didn't try very hard. All right, we're down to 4 players. Ryan Savoy's out. Andy Mills is out. They take the 5th and 6th spots. So now we have Steve Bone going up against Brandon Cryer. 2 lefties on lanes 5 and 6. We're going to leave it right here on lane 7 and 8 as far as our cameras. You can still see 5 and 6. The winner of this match is going to bowl Wayne Jensen. The winner of that match will bowl Brady Stearns, and they got to beat Brady Stearns twice to move on. So being that Brandon led qualifying, he's a higher seed than Steve, so he gets a choice of who's going to start the match. And I would have to bet he's going to make Steve start the match. What are we betting? Nobody would take me on that bet. So we have 2 hard-throwing lefties. Steve Bone, who bowls with Brandon Cryer's dad, John, who they have won an eagle together at the USBC tournament in Nationals, which is the ultimate in winning any kind of tournament. You win an eagle at the Nationals. So now Steve bowls his son. They both throw the ball 18, 19 miles an hour. The difference is the rev rate. Brandon's got him by a couple hundred. However you measure that nowadays, I really don't know. But I would have to say the advantage would be if neither one of them are striking a lot. Steve's a very good spare shooter. Brandon's very good too. He's just younger. It's the only difference. All right, we'll see what happens. So I want to see how hard he's throwing his ball. If the miles per hour is correct on the screen up here. Andy, good tournament. Always good to see you. This should be about 18, 19 miles an hour. Oh, he went back to his other ball. See, there's a difference. He has more revs. Pins will fly around. He can miss. I don't want to say miss. I shouldn't say it that way because they're both hitting the same target. But he can be lighter and carry, and then he can be high flush, and of course he's going to carry. Steve has to be more high flush. And I can tell you one thing, this match is going to go by pretty fast because Steve doesn't take any time. Brandon's not taking any time whatsoever. He goes up there and throws 2 shots, one at 18-3 and one at 19-9, and he strikes both times. And he's probably telling Steve, hey, get up there and bowl. You're back here talking to somebody. We want to get this game over with. I'm just kidding on that, whatever. But Steve doesn't really take any time. Brandon takes less time.
All right, before this starts, listen. Well, they're underway.
They're underway. What I'm talking about is the two lefties that throw the ball about the same speed. The difference is Brandon's got quite a few more revs than Steve does, and that was one of the worst shots Steve's thrown in the last couple of games. Yeah. So, but Brandon can miss a little bit. I should say miss. He's got more room because he's got a little higher rev rate. Steve has to be more on line. Steve's going to pick up all his spares, pretty much, except for multiple pin spares are very easy to miss no matter what. But Brandon can go out there and have about a six-bagger and shut him out in the sixth frame. But he throws the ball 18, 19 miles an hour with that rev rate. Hard to beat, man. Hard to beat.
Very hard to beat.
So.
I'm gonna.
Nicholas Richard Hogan. I know the camera's on the wrong pair. We don't have a camera on 5 and 6. We have a camera on 7 and 8. So therefore, we're watching off to the left. Just so you know that, Nick. And by the way, Nick, where were you today? For a few months or whatever, you were bowling all of them, and now you're not here anymore. I want to know why, man. You could join your dad and be one of the father and son duos who won CBAs. I've talked about that. Where I talked about it was Brandon and John Cryer. They've won father and son. We have Denny and Eric Schott. We have Todd Savoy and Ryan Savoy. And a little known fact, we have Lee Peterson and Ed Peterson, who nobody really knows who they are. Another first one, another shot, good shot by Brandon. And the other thing we have is we have a father, son, uncle with Denny Schott, Eric Schott, Terry Schott, Todd Savoy, Ryan Savoy, Denny Savoy.
Pretty cool.
So, and I was telling everybody that
There's got to be Stearns to that.
Bob Stearns has never won, Scott Stearns has never won, Brady Stearns is the only Stearns that won.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, I got another blank page from Allie. Oh no, there's stuff on it, but it just looks blank. So, what I'm going to tell you anyway, so we got Brandon and Steve bowling here, but just so you know the scores, Steve Bowen beat Andy Mills 211 and 172, and Brandon Cryer beat Ryan Savoy 245, 203. I think we kind of knew that because the scores are right up there. So, Brandon starts out with a four-bagger. So here's what I got to tell John and Dana. You better get in your car and drive down here to Southtown Bowl, because I can tell you, Brandon Cryer has never won a CBA tournament without you two guys in the house. So get in your car, come down here. You're going to have to watch. It's going to be about another hour before he wins. You have plenty of time. It's only Bloomington. You can make it. Yeah, Brandon does have more axis rotation than Bowen. But, John, who doesn't have more axis rotation than Steve Bowen? I'm kidding, but... And plus, he's about, twice his age or more. More than twice his age. And, Nick, you got a tattoo the other day on the right arm. Where did you just fall out the planet? You're bowling season, you have tattoos, you put them on your left arm, and you do the right arm stuff in the summer. And Mark Kegel was watching. Your son was here bowling today. I saw him, I saw your wife. She said that you're just too old to bowl, you got bad knees and things. You're falling apart at 50-some years old. Well, she didn't really say that, but... Okay, solid strike by Steve. He's still clean. Anything can happen, but I cannot see Brandon. The only way he's going to open is if he misses a single pin, or maybe he might leave two pins and chop one. That ball is going to be in the pocket the rest of the day. He's the guy to beat right now. I haven't been watching Brady Stearns because he's always been the other end of the house, so I haven't seen how he's been doing, winning. Obviously, he's very good. He's the top CBA bowler we have right now, bowled the year last year, knows how to win. So he's still the guy to win. He's still the guy to beat, to go through, to win. You got to go through Brady Stearns most every CBA. I know Brandon didn't like that one, left an 8-pin. Just pick it up, move on. It doesn't matter the score. You just got to beat the guy, whether it's 1 pin or 40, 50, doesn't matter. All right, Nick Hogan, we're going to have a discussion right now. I'm going to tell you every tournament, and you tell me when you want to do something else. How's that? And we'll take care of that tattoo schedule thing. Either way, you got guys on your team that know when all the CBAs are. And you certainly aren't old enough to bowl the MSC, so you next weekend you can be off. Nick Hogan, you're too good to not be out here bowling all these, because you are going to win someday when you get out here and bowl. You will. You just got to bowl them. Especially with all the practicing, you're learning how to drill bowling balls, layouts, whatever, working up there at Classic Bowl. You're learning more about that part of the game, which is way more than I know about that part of the game. It just makes you even better. And you're still young and strong. You can do it. I like how Brandon just gets up there, grabs the ball, doesn't take any time, but he knows exactly. He reminds me of like a Pete Weber. Pete Weber just grabs the ball off the rack. He just knows where to stand, walks up there, throws the ball, picks it up. Very good. Well, there's no CBA the weekend of February 3rd to the 5th. I can tell you that, Nick. I'm going to talk to who's your team captain. You got to make sure it gets in that schedule. Who sets your schedule? I'm going to talk to him. We're good?
I don't know.
Easy spare. Steve's in a clean game of about 188, and Brad's going to have a clean game of about 240. Nevin Brady is watching. Nevin, if you bowled today, you would have been the 98th bowler we had today. All right, Tom Jones. What does DWK mean? I have no idea. Steve Bones sets the schedule. Well, then Steve Bones should tell Nick Hogan when the CBAs are to bowl. All right, we got that figured out now. I just took care of that. Nick Hogan's going to bowl every CBA from now on. Jason, you heard that here.
I did.
All right. And Nick, you call me if you have any issues with maybe money-wise. We'll talk. Let me know if you need help. Okay, that's the 8 count that we're talking about. Brandon who could leave once in a while. He's usually going to be 9 here and there, whatever. But it's not really a choppable spare. It's just going cross lane. So he was light. He's going to pick this up no problem. So he's still going to be clean. Very good game by that young man. Yep. He just, I think he's been bowling since he's about 3.
Yeah.
So, and you grow up around bowling, and he's got, like I mentioned, he's got a dad that taught him the pro shop side of it. So he understands bowling balls and how they work and what's inside of them, rather than just a surface or whatever. So,
yep. And
he can equate that to his game, how he throws it, which is pretty hard. And what he's doing, so John, his dad, throws the ball pretty hard too. But what I see, Brandon gets up on his toes. The other lefty that around here that was pretty good that did that was Matt McNeil. Mm-hmm. When Matt wanted to throw the ball hard, he'd have to like stand up, and he's a skinny young man like that. I'm not sure how strong Brandon is. Matt wasn't very strong, but he had everything going for him when he got his feet going and his approach going. So he could do that. So for 18 years old, he's very impressive. All right, Steve. Nice tournament, Steve. Well, very good tournament. You can be fourth in a CBA Masters, whatever. And you're bowling a guy that's less than half your age. But there's not a 50-year age difference like when I bowled Zach Andreessen in a match. That's never happened. Actually, it was only 49 years and about 8 months, but it wasn't fair. Not only that, the other part that wasn't fair is the 500 rev rate difference.
Yeah. He's a cheater.
And we're playing the same part of the lane. That wasn't right either. So anyway, Steve's gonna what could he have? He gotta have 217. It ain't over yet mathematically. Strike here, which he doesn't trip out the 6, but things could have happened badly. Maybe I don't know. Not gonna happen anyway. So. All right, 196, strike spare, Steve. Nice clean game, 190, which would have won a lot of matches along the way, which you probably did to win a lot of matches along the way. Tougher, Steve, when you get against all these young guys. They're, if this was MSC, you would probably have them beat. I know it didn't matter because he already had the match won, but he doesn't right now. If he goes, 9 miss again, so sometimes you can get lulled to sleep by your other partner or your other opponent not striking, doing whatever, and then so I can't. A strike obviously is going to win, but he just missed a 7-pin. If he leaves another 7-pin, that's going to be in his mind. So, and this, and maybe you throw it badly right here because you threw the last one. Okay, so there's another 7-pin. You got to get back on your horse and you got to pick it up. He just missed one.
So that little explosion of emotion there too, right? It's always been, I think along the lines of, I'm going to not explode emotionally until it's over. You release that emotion. Now that's right. You got all jacked up and then disappointed.
He got it that time, but I can tell you he was very nervous about it. Too early. I used to talk about so Jason, we're just kind of talking kind of off the mic. I don't know if you could hear everything about celebrating and get too much emotion that you thought you won, you have this, I can do this. And John East always talked about he always liked to bowl against the bowlers that had a lot of emotion because eventually in the game, if you kept them in the game, they were going to miss because their emotions got the best of them. They weren't solid in there. I was surprised that Brandon missed that. I haven't seen him miss that all day. And it goes back to what if Steve would have carried a strike here or there or whatever and had maybe, a double going in and put more pressure on Brandon. But either way, Brandon wins. Doesn't matter how you do it. He did. And so we're going to have Brandon and Wayne Jensen bowling on, where are we going? 9 and 10 we're going to, which I'll move this camera over here. Brandon being the higher seated because he qualified first, so he's got the choice all day long about who's doing what, so he can do that. So John Holmes, who is Josh Smith? All right, so that match was 214 to 182, which the final score didn't matter. What it could be 206 is the max that Steve Bone could have had. So we have Wayne Jensen, the last Senior Bowler. Steve Bone was the last Senior Bowler. So the three Senior Bowlers with the Wayne Jensen, Steve Bone, and Dave Ullman, and Clark Polzer, who had made the cut. Tells you how when you get a little tougher shot, senior guys seem to keep the ball in play, pick up more spares. I got to ask Wayne Jensen what he's using here. I'm not sure what that ball is, but he throws it fairly hard. So what is he going to hit? He's going to hit about 10. He hits up on the ball, kind of a thumb loft guy, which I'm the same way. I've tried to kind of stop that thumb loft and let the ball roll more. But I know exactly what he's doing. As long as you get that thumb loft, it makes the ball skid a little more. And then when it does hit the dry, it's going to finish stronger. So comes around the side of the ball. So Wayne Jensen is the coach of the Rogers High School team, I believe. Just rolling him right up to the pocket there, Brandon. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you're going to be just fine. I don't want to say he escaped something last game. But he started out with a four-bagger, and you kind of had the game put away, even though he missed that 7-pin. In a way, it didn't matter because he picked up the next one. So, you lose a little bit of focus. Oh, I'm not sure what hit that 7-pin, whatever, but good shot, knocked that over. To me, that's okay. It's hard to say. It's hard to say that Brandon has soft hand at the bottom of the swing when he lets go of the ball, but he does, and still hits it that hard. If you grab it, it's going to hook early. So he's got that soft release with a lot of revs straight up the back of it. That makes sense to anybody? It makes sense to me, and I can't do it. And Wayne, I don't think he came. I think he came around the side of it and didn't get the thumb loft. It skidded out there, and 210. And I don't want to say the match is over, but it's not looking good right now for Wayne if he does not pick this up. He has to stay clean. Got to put some pressure on Brandon. Oh, just about got that way. Turn that microphone on, Jason. We have something unplugged, Jason? There's all kinds of wires. I have no idea what the hell Jason does or whatever to get everything all hooked up, but it's okay, solid strike by Wayne. Matt Payne, our CBA president. Where are you? Were you still here or did you leave? Good tournament, Steve Bone. I think we lost something. Let me know if you guys lose something. Thought I had a little bit of an issue with the internet here at Southtown. But Matt Payne, CBA president, where were you today? I was looking for you as I was talking here by myself. I was hoping you'd come out and help me. Now Jason's back. All right. Light 10-pin, that's okay.
Can anybody hear me?
That's what I was talking about earlier. He's going to throw the ball around the pocket. If he doesn't strike, he'd leave like a 7, 8, a 10 or something like that. He left that one, what would have been? Like, it would have been like a 3, 6 or something, but he's going to get 8 or 9 every time. And he should pick him up. I think he just kind of fell asleep on that 7-pin. He's not going to miss it next time. And then he hooks at the 10-pin.
Yeah.
The system.
You got to have a system.
Thanks, Bruce.
All right, we got
All right.
Jason on the way. Hey, welcome to the booth,
Thanks a
Jason.
bunch. It works. We finally have 2 separate mics working.
I like it.
That only took a year and a half to figure out.
Yeah, but like I tell everybody, this is one hell of a setup. Not a lot of tournament organizations that have a setup like this. So, Jason, this is really good. We got, like
Thanks.
I mentioned, we have 6 cameras, 3 lanes worth, because we got some on the score, some on the lanes. But we can get about 12 lanes worth just by wide angle here. So, it's pretty good. So, John Cryer is still watching. I told him and Dana got to get their ass in the car and drive down here.
Right?
They did last month.
Yeah.
All the way to Park Grove. This is closer.
Yeah. Same situation, only, there's a little more on the line here.
So
That paid entry is,
Yeah.
it's
Exactly.
a Masters. It's a major.
There you go. What ball is Wayne Jensen using? I'm assuming it's a urethane ball of some sort. I don't know what it is.
I'll investigate.
Yeah, I'd like to know. He's obviously throwing it really well all day to be in guaranteed 3rd place here in the Masters. A bunch of young kids. He's doing well. Jason's going to go down and investigate and see what ball Wayne Jensen is using. Like I mentioned earlier, there are so many bowling balls. I'm not in the pro shop business, so I don't know enough about all of them. I know what I use, which is nothing. I'm not sponsored by any particular bowling ball company, so I use whatever I think works for me and whatever my pro shop driller, which is Greg Chido, and I also have Scott Pohl. They lays things out for me. I talk to a lot of people. John Holmes helps me a lot too, so that's good. So, a Radical Spy sanded down. Attitude control. Okay, what is it? I got 2 answers here by 2 pro shop drillers. What I got is Jason Hansen coming back after he looked at it. He's going to tell me what it is. That's what John Holmes said. John Cryer said it was a Radical Spy sanded down. All right, you guys argue about it. You 2 teammates argue what you want. Right-handed, left-handed. Oh, wait. John, were you talking about what Brandon was using? If you're talking about, now I understand. What is Brandon using? A Radical Spy.
Yeah, that's the black one here. Thanks for attitude control. True urethane.
Who's using it?
Wayne's using the attitude control.
That's urethane?
That's urethane. And then he's got
Okay, got it. All right. So they're both using urethane. So Wayne has been using that same ball pretty much all day.
Yep.
So I tried my purple hammer today.
Yeah.
I threw my first 2 shots earlier in the day in CBA competition with a purple hammer. Last time I used a urethane ball in CBA competition was in the 80s, Jason. So, so it was a long time ago. Whatever.
That's back when there wasn't other than urethane even
Exactly.
available.
Yeah,
well,
right,
plastic.
yeah. But
Plastic
still,
would
that
have
was
been there, but
just
yeah.
So I finally took it out in the game of bowl with Chad Nelson's on my pair. And I had a couple strikes, but the ball gave me no room. It either skidded too far, hooked too much, not too much to where it was like, but didn't give me any room at all, whatever. Wayne Jensen is making his urethane look really, really good.
He is.
Now I
So
need
is
to
Brandon.
use that ball more. I need to use it more so I can understand how it rolls.
How many games do you have on it?
I have 14 frames.
Yeah.
That's not really a lot of games, right? So,
No, and it's going to mellow out a chunk when you get
So I
some
need to
games
use
on
it.
it.
You gotta
Yeah.
keep the surfaces fresh.
Okay.
So I was fortunate enough to bowl in Malacca, Minnesota yesterday. The Mid-Minnesota USBC tournament.
What was that?
Malacca.
When?
Oh, yesterday.
Oh, all right.
Yep. So that wood lanes, 8 lanes, wooden. I had gotten the scouting report ahead of time saying, good luck in games 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
So I drilled a Zen U, the Global 900 new urethane, Zen U. And for the first 5 shots that I threw it after drilling it, just trying to get a little read of it, it's probably the earliest hooking ball that I have in my bag.
Oh,
and I know
double
that
right there, not to interrupt you, but a
huge.
double by Wayne right there gets them back into the match
Absolutely.
within under 10 digits.
Anyways, the urethane will definitely become more controlled as it just gets a little wear on it.
little
you
track.
know? Yeah.
Well, we used to talk about that years ago when we got a new bowling ball. You need to get a track in it. Now you want a new bowling ball without a track in it, but maybe the urethane needs to have a track in it.
Yeah, it honestly just needs, realistically, yeah, I mean, I think that all of the balls today, whether they're urethane, reactive, whatever, they all need a few games to get a real read of what they're going to be. I don't know if there's a little film coming out of the factory, if there's whatever, but
Lane shine, as we talk about.
It just has to have a little bit of play on it before they seem to become what they are.
I find myself using old stuff to bowl on patterns that are tougher.
Yeah.
So, for instance, I have a short pin promotion. I have a really old phase 2 that's drilled with the pin up and out, so it gives me a whole different reaction. I use those bowling balls. I can't use a typical resin ball with a pin down, pin up drilling on these sport patterns. Does that make sense? That I need to have something that's odd to bowl tournaments.
It does very much. I have this conversation all the time with customers that are tournament bowlers. You know, are we using this for a tournament? Are we using this for league?
Yeah.
I'm going to put a different
and
layout.
where are you bowling league?
And I might even put a different surface on a ball if they tell me this ball is going to be for tournaments. They go, this ball's going to be for league. Well, pin up, CG out a bit, or mass bias out. I mean, we're gonna drill them strong for adult bumper bowling.
There you go.
And we're not. When you need the ball to actually decelerate, be a little slower off the spot, not be so hooky down that you want to control that when they're tight and tough.
So, I've learned this more as I get older. I'm paying more attention to like what happens to me bowling, where I'm throw the ball slower and have a less rev rate. I have to use less ball to bowl in league.
Correct.
In order to get the ball
You bet.
to actually score. So I bowl on Wednesday nights. I bowl Fridays also at Flirty, but my Wednesday nights in a handicap league at Classic, I can't throw the ball straight enough and hard enough to keep up with the guys who are averaging 220 something.
Yeah.
I can hit the pocket all day long. So I'm trying to figure out what I need to do. I'm not going to throw the ball any straighter and harder because I just can't. So I got to find a different layout to do that with.
Yep.
So I'm working on that. My problem today wasn't that, it was picking up spares. If I would have picked up more spares. Funny, along with more spare shooting, you picked up the more strikes you seem to get.
For sure.
Because you just get like comfortable and whatever, you're not pressing.
Yeah, that's you said it. You're not pressing.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to this match.
Good spare.
It's not much of a match. I shouldn't say it's not much of a match, but 151 in the eighth, so 201 max for Wayne, and 209 pace right now for Brandon.
Yep.
I kind of like this re-rack thing there, so maybe that calms him down, gives him a little bit extra time or whatever, whatever people have to do to.
Yep.
Track after 17.
I don't know. Give them maybe more focus.
I actually, along those lines, that is, I don't want to say the first veteran thing or the first whatever that I've seen him do, but for sure, I've seen that more often where the emotion comes out. And again, we've talked about how Like if that was me, I wouldn't celebrate after the first shot of the two I have to throw.
That
Right?
celebrating there was a little too soon. I agree.
And the adrenaline, the emotions, whatever. But that was, you're right, a very kind of calming move to make by re-racking there before that shot. And maybe he truly saw a bad rack, but
Very possible
either way.
too, whatever, yeah. So
now the only thing I would say there, maybe you're a little firm.
because he got a little excited.
You jacked up.
Yes, he jacked up. I
And
agree.
then maybe you were a little firm on that shot. I don't know for sure. I'm not in his head, but that's the only thing that I've always felt about that is if I'm going to celebrate at all,
Yeah.
it's
But
going
he'll-
to come after my
Yeah.
second frame.
He doesn't need this, so that's really okay.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Jason, exactly that. So maybe in his mind, he just, that was his winning shot because he just needed to get 8 or 9.
Sure.
Okay, so maybe that was okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So,
Well, like I said, I'm not in there listening to what's rolling
No,
around in
it
there,
is that.
so he could have a whole different mindset. But
yeah.
we're gonna go. They just came from 7 and 8, right? No, they just came from 3 and 4.
Brandon just came in. Bone came from 5 and 6.
Oh, that's what I meant. 3 and 4 to 5 and 6. Yeah, go 7 and 8.
Where are we going now?
7 and 8 from here.
So we're going 7, 8, and then back to 9 and 10? Or 11 and 12. We could
Yeah.
actually go 11. Yeah,
Yeah.
we go 7, 8, 11, and 12.
11 and 12.
Yeah, exactly. I knew that. So here's what we have going on, folks. We have Brandon
Oh,
Cryer
that was a good messenger. A
going
little
against
late,
Brady
but
Stearns on lane 7 and 8 for the title. But Brandon has to beat Brady twice.
yep.
Then if Brandon does beat Brady in his first game, we go over to 11 and 12 for the absolute championship match. And higher seeded bowler get the choice of who starts the match.
Correct.
Yes, from qualifying. And Brandon Cryer has a chance to win back-to-back CBA titles, which hasn't been done for a long time. There's a handful of bowlers. There's probably more than a handful. There's probably about 10.
Yeah.
There is only one bowler who has won 3 in a row.
Former president.
Former President Chad Nelson. But he's 50 now, so he's so just keep going. Just go, and Brandon chooses. So we're gonna get the camera over here to 7 and 8. We got Brandon Cryer, Brady Stearns. Brandon has to beat Brady twice for the title. He gets a choice, so this could be the championship match. Let's go, guys. Bowl well. All right, so Brandon is still using a pink widow urethane. I'm assuming Brady's using like a pitch black or something. So he got no hook, so practicing down on another pair. Okay.
Dave Holman's in the left ear. He also was in the city for a while. And he did do some practice, but then he signed for this. So, there's a little of that too.
It's good and bad to be the leader. So depending on how you take that, you go, well, I got to be beat twice, so I'm just going to be lackadaisical. Then all of a sudden, I lost. Now I got to be pressed. Brady is too good to have those kind of thoughts. So I'm talking about I would do that. Yeah. So you're right. So. Oh, and yeah, right. Solid strike for Brandon. He just takes that, what's it called again? Pink widow urethane, and just rolls it right up at the pocket with his 500 rev rate, whatever the heck he has for rev rate. I don't know how to count the rev rates anymore. I don't know what they how that works. Whatever. Either way, I know it's way more than I have. Okay.
So that's a mix of your rev rate and speed.
And it,
Nobody says you have 22 reps anymore. They know you got to
and that's basically it's based on how at set down area. Yeah, not like when it hits the camera at the back end or whatever. So I don't have any idea what mine is. So
add about a mile and a quarter, a mile and a half
to
to what the finished product is.
yeah, okay.
To what you're
All right, so, and I would, I look at this stuff once in a while. We're bowling league or whatever, and it says 1450, whatever it is. If I try to be consistent. So whatever it is, and if I'm striking, try to throw it that same, whatever that shows up there speed wise. So.
And that's the thing I tell everybody, right? Don't worry about what that number says, because most of them
Half 10 for Brady right there. Yeah, and he doesn't like the reaction. That one didn't pick up the roll and go high flush. So he's shaking his head. Anyway, go ahead. We were talking about rev rate and it doesn't matter what it is.
right. It doesn't matter what, just keep it the same.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's going to teach
That's kind of what
consistent.
I was talking about that earlier about repeating shots. Yeah.
One center's going to say you're 16, and another is 15. So just make sure you keep it the same.
So I was talking about that earlier about we get into the subject of, is this a game? Is it a sport? Are we athletes? All that stuff, whatever. Okay, so you can be any height, size, weight, whatever, to be a bowler. And it all comes down to, can you repeat shots and get up to the lane this way? Are your legs strong enough? First of all, you got to have strong enough legs to be able to. 3 games is one thing in league. 8 games of a like an 8-hour day. You have to be stronger than just bowling 8 games. So in a way, we are athletes. Not in a way, we are athletes, but it's different. You're not a 250-pound, 6'5" guy. Okay, we don't. Those guys probably aren't any good bowling. Yeah, you do, right.
So I had a lot of the athletes, the student athletes that came through. Some very large name ones, took by at home. It's kind of a sport where we don't really do a lot. So it's safe for a athlete that's going to have a large contract in the sport. To me,
Yeah.
it's like have an ACL go or something like that. I had a lot of them. I can't tell you how many times this 300-pound lineman, 6'4",
Yeah.
400 pounds.
So is it 12 miles an hour?
Says, Coach, my legs hurt.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah.
My legs hurt.
Oh, that was one of the worst shots Brandon has thrown all day. Yeah, and okay, so I didn't get to watch. We were talking, obviously, and I'm still watching, but I didn't see. Did he like pull up on it or whatever? Because he's been trying to like stand up and hit it to get it down the lane. So, but his right here, he should just take 3 and not try to do anything better than that. Yeah, which is exactly what he did. So, anyway, get back to talking about the.
I mean, these guys are like high caliber athletes that are going to be drafted with
Yeah.
huge contracts and that, right? But they don't use the muscles we use. So
Yeah, good point.
they came in after that first day of class and on day 2, they're like, I don't know if I can bowl today because my glutes hurt, my thighs hurt, my hammies.
I never have that issue. Here, let's watch Brandon right here after that bad shot and see what he does here. Okay, so that could have been more of a. Here's what I would do. I'm trying to equate his game with what I would do. You're a little bit more tentative because you went high. Okay, so I don't want to go high, so I'm not going to really hit it, but I want to get it in the pocket, leave it half 10 or half 7, which he did. So, but it's still good as long as he picks it up. And he goes, okay, I got to get back onto what I did correctly, and I know I can throw the ball in the pocket. I just proved it, so Well, exactly, whatever. But, you get in a championship match. He's been there before. He won. It's different. I was talking about that earlier. No matter what, both these guys, they both won a lot of stuff. Brady's obviously won more than Brandon and CBA-wise, whatever. And Brady, if you want to win a CBA tournament, you go through Brady, okay? One way or another. Somewhere along the way, you got to go through Brady. He's been here. He starts out, he misses the head pin, he shakes his head, leaves a dead this, shakes his head, all of a sudden he strikes. Okay, now I got it. Because he's that good. He's going to figure it out. He repeats shots as good as people that I've been around bowling long enough, and one's on your team, Chad Nelson, and I got two on my team with Sam Lanto and John East that just repeat shots over and over and over again, and then they know exactly what to do when it doesn't work right. Oh, I need to, the stuff they talk about, I'm going, I never thought of that. That's what those guys are, Team USA guys and USBC Hall of Famers, and I'm not. So, Briley, this is a title match, but Brandon has to beat Brady twice because Brady is undefeated. I was talking earlier. I want to get so I bowled today, obviously, and it was 5-6 on a pair all the time. It was slow bowling, but I watched a lot, and I can't believe how many bowlers are not ready to bowl. We go to pair, you skip a pair, you go left to right, and we're looking for them. Where are they? What are they doing? And I wonder why they're 250 under. They're not paying any freaking attention to what's going on. They're not exactly. They're not watching the bowler coming off the lane. They're not doing this. It's totally amazing to me. Of the 97 bowlers, I would have to say 50 of them had no chance. Some snuck in there because they were just good and struck more or whatever. But for me to not make the cut, Jason, I'm very disappointed in myself. Watching all. Now I've been telling everybody I missed 8 easy spares today, and others that I probably could have made, like maybe a baby split or some here and there, but 8 very easy spares. And, I was 90 under, and it took 50 under to make it. I missed by 40. I should have been 150. I should have been 50 over, not 90 under. Because when you pick up all these spares and you do whatever, and then all of a sudden you get loose, you get another strike. I was disappointed in my performance today. But I learned a lot about my urethane ball I used, that purple hammer I was talking about. I got this Pro Motion with a 2-inch pin that I use most of the time. I had this Phase 2 drove the pin way up and whatever. So I'm using different stuff for these tournaments that I normally would use. We talked about that just a little bit ago. So different bowling balls than I would use in the league. Yes. Okay.
He made a move off of what he saw on 7 in the second frame, left that 10 pin. And that ball peeled on lane 7. That strike. That was him. And he comes back over here on 8 in the 4th. And then there's another 2.
Okay, so. Very possible. Light strike. I'm not sure what he. Okay, so he's really thinking about it out there. Even though he struck, he's going, okay, that's not. It wasn't high flush. And so I like that because we talked about this. People thinking it screwed on a shot here and there or whatever because I didn't strike there. Are you trying to strike? Are you trying to be high flush? Are you trying to be light? Are you trying to whatever? So he knows he wanted to be flush and he was light. Okay, so yes, yes. So this one should be flush for a strike. So he should have a turkey here, and he should have a lead. Oh, and then he got it in. He got it in, yeah. when you're using urethane, you got to get it to the hook spot, right? So for those of you at home, or wherever you're watching, this is not your typical house shot. If you're bowling in a league shot, wherever you bowl, I don't care if you bowl at here, you bowl at Classic, you bowl at Concord, you bowl at Southway, the house shots give you that area where you're going to go to the pocket. Now, you might not strike, but you're going to leave like a half 10 or something like that, whatever. So this is, to me, it was a tough spare. Okay, so enough to pick that up, whatever. But so this, you look out there, you go, hey, this guy, he just got done striking that lane all the time, whatever, should be easy. It's very touchy down lane. Yeah. I just missed a call from my son-in-law, but I'll call him on my way home. So, Eric, if you're watching, I'll call you on my way home.
I do feel bad a little bit for some of these bowlers that are coming into open play on what we have.
Yeah, they are. They're going to go, hey, this shot is different than last week. No, it's the same. No. All right, Brandon, strike here. Get you right back. Oh, trips out that 6-pin forward. And so this is what I've been talking about Brandon all day here. He's going to keep the ball in play. He throws it hard. He keeps it on line. He's going to hit that head pin on the left, and he's going to carry that or not carry that. But it's not going to be, unfortunately, that Greek Church was a very bad shot for him. But it's not going to be like a bucket, or because he's just going to keep the ball in play. He doesn't get any trouble. Very impressive young man, bowling-wise. Very animated, too, for the young man. Yes.
That one was definitely, again, a little firm hand in.
Because if he would have, this is our thoughts. If he would have just walked up to pro, got that strike, and then you slap it off after you strike when you sit down for 2 frames, not when you have to get back up there. I understand that, whatever, and so anyway, here we got 150 in the 7th for Brandon. If Brady strikes here, he's got 147 in the 7th. We got a 3-pin match. Brady needs, if he doesn't get this strike, he absolutely has to have the strike in the 9th frame. This one has to be a fill no matter what. He's got to fill the frame no matter what happens. But if he doesn't fill this, if he doesn't strike in this frame, he absolutely has to strike in the 9th frame. 230 max for Brandon. 237 max for Brady. Brady can shut him out. Oh, that just hooked up a little bit. He's going, that should have been a strike anyway. So that was a 4-pin there. So all right, well, either way, this was not the deciding factor. So you can pick this up and well, Brady, if Brandon strikes out, he wins no matter what. I missed 2 7-pins on the left. They actually 1 7-pin, one 4-7. I hooked by the 4. They hooked a lot more in the back end with the spare ball today than I ever seen in my spare thing, whatever. So what was the pattern called? A radium or something? Radium. Okay, I couldn't remember the name of it, but it was 37 feet. It was very fair. I'm disappointed I didn't freaking make it, Jason. I was disappointed I didn't make it. Yeah.
That's when you have 32 back.
Yeah.
That's a very fair ratio.
Okay. He absolutely had to have that strike there in the 9th frame. So Brandon can get up there and strike out and win no matter what. He for this game. Then they go on to the title match. over here on 11 and 12. But if Brandon does not strike here, so he's at like a 210, 2-0, whatever, something like that. So then Brady has a chance to get up with the ball in his hand to win the Masters tournament. So it's not a must strike, but it's a crucial strike. He's going to hit the head pin on the left side, no matter what. Whether he strikes or not is a different story. Okay, so kind of like half pocket, he reserved himself, like you said. That didn't mean anything. And that 7 pin, I don't want to say it fell late, but it fell late. So if he doesn't strike here, he's got to max at 210. If he gets this one, he forces Brady to double. If he gets both of them, he wins. What did he do last time on this lane? Did he leave that 10 pin, 7 pin? What was it? That kid is unbelievable. Absolutely solid strike when he needed it. He has to have this one to shut him out. But that shot there was so solid. Did he say that? Okay. Okay. You know, I saw that a couple times earlier today. So he knows. Well, he's a hyper young man. Yeah. He has to strike here, he shuts him out. That was one of the, next to that big Greek church in the third, that was the worst shot I've seen him throw. Okay, so, but in a way, if you think about it, I don't want to say he didn't need it because he forced the other guy to like get a double, but he needed to win to shut him out. Okay, but he also has, okay, so now Brady can double and win and take the title. He's troubling. He's got trouble with whatever. Okay, let's backtrack. So 8. He went 8, 6, 4, second. So he went 9, 9, strike 9. And what were they? I don't remember what pins they were or whatever. But the last one was a 4 pin. Yeah, it was a 4 pin on the right lane. So I'm not sure what he's thinking about, whatever. But all I know is 2 strikes wins. But then again, if you're Brady, you go, I got another game to go.
I don't think Brady thinks that way.
I don't think he does either. I'm going to win right now. Okay, so half 10. So, all right, so we got another match. Now we are in our championship match. Going over to 11 and 12. Oh, they're. No, we got 13, 14, 15, 16 open. Wow, there's a lot of bowlers here at. Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of bowlers here at Southtown Bowl here at this time.
Obviously, they came in for the oil for like 23, it looks like 23 for 48, so that's a good size league for
Yeah. So clean game for Brady with 206. One open for Brandon, but he had double and a turkey, and actually 2 doubles and a turkey in there for 2-1. Crucial strike when he needed it. 219, 206. He's winning by 13 pins. He's got to beat Brady twice, and if you want to win this tournament, you got to go through Brady. So that'll probably strike just because it didn't really matter. 11 and 12. So we're moving over to 11 and 12. I'm going to turn the camera, get over here. We still have the higher seat. Choose. Sure. Oh yeah. We'd flip flop, but. Hey, I see Bob Klatt is watching. Good to see all your posts on Facebook, Bob. Looks like you're enjoying life. I like to see that. You have what you call Klattitude. I like it. All right, so we got Brady Stearns, Brandon Cryer, championship match, 11 and 12. Brandon is going for back-to-back CBA titles after winning his first one that he ever bowled last month. And he's going against the bowler that you have to beat in order to win a CBA title. You go through the best bowler. He's going through Brady Stearns. We'll see what happens. All right, they've each won one today as far as bowling matches, so we'll see what happens. Seven o'clock. We'll be done by 7:30. We started today. I left my house at 7:15 this morning. Jason, what time did you leave your house this morning? That's early. All right, here we are. Championship match, 11 and 12. Brandon's going to have Brady start the match, which by all purposes he should. Coming to you live here from Southtown Bowl, Bloomington, Minnesota. Okay, Brady leaves that 10 pin. He kind of looked back here, going, okay, I thought I threw that really well. I left that. He doesn't seem to have, I don't want to say the confidence, he's all kind of confidence in the world. He doesn't seem to have the right ball reaction to strike and have like a 240 game. He's got to probably hope that 210 to 220 is enough. I don't think 210 to 220 is enough the way Brandon is bowling. We'll see what happens. Oh, no. Okay, so that just made it absolutely the worst thing that Brady could do. Start on a match by having an open frame and let your opponent, who's all lined up, have a 11-pin advantage. Okay, the bucket, or the 3-5-6, and it looks like, for where I'm standing, the pins got off spot based on how, yeah, they are definitely off spot. So Brady missing that 10 pin. Is that what it was? Yes, and so, okay, did Brandon go, all right, I got an opening, I should be more comfortable because he missed it, whatever. Did he throw that really, I'm trying to like read what Brandon's thinking, but, this has got actually kind of a tough spare. He could miss this multiple ways because it was off spot. So, all right, so we got 9-9. We're good in the first frame. Brady's going, all right, I dodged that bullet. So, okay, so Brandon just went light. I'm not sure if he was jacked up or not, whatever, or the lane's tighter, or the pair is tighter, whatever. So, we'll see what he does right here. He could have been jacked up because, hey, my opponent opened. Oh, the 10 pin going forward at the last minute. Wow. Wow. No. Yeah. Yeah, but a lot slower. And that was slow to start with. Okay, so, and it doesn't matter. It matters that he struck, but it doesn't matter if he strikes next frame, then it really matters. Okay, so he filled the frame. Filling the frame is key at any match. Brady's going, I'm a little ticked off that I missed that 10 pin. I'm going to jack it up a notch. But like Chad always talks about it, to be nice to it. You know, yeah, you wanna like hit it better but nicely. So however he explains that to you guys, you know, when you bowl in tournament teams, I really don't know, but you certainly want to hit the ball. You want to hit it better. You want to but you don't want to grab it and hit up on it, but you want to catch all of it. So be nice. Just be nicer. Don't just skid it down the lane, let it roll, all that stuff. So, all right, got a little issue. Things happen. Mechanical machines. Ball's not coming back. Whatever happened on lane 12, we don't know. What you got to do here on this is if you're waiting, you have to say, hey, this is out of my control. This is where the person with the better mental game can win if it bothers the other person. We'll see what happens. They both, I think, have really pretty good mental game, so I don't think it's really going to bother each one of them, but I'm really not sure what's going on lane 12. The sweep is stuck back there. So, don't know if they have anybody back there fixing it or not, but it has tournament directors here. We have to watch this. We have to watch the time. We have to see what's happening. We have to find out what's going on. And are they both waiting just as long? So what if the bowling balls got chewed up down there? All those kind of things come into play. As a tournament director, you got to make a decision if there's an issue. All I can hope for right now is that Brady's bowling ball comes back without gouges in the track. Okay, his ball is actually back. Looks to be okay, so we're all good right now, whatever. But all these things, for those of you at home who have never run a tournament, this is what goes on in the mind of a tournament director. What if something goes wrong here? I got to make a decision. I got to do this. I got to do that. So you have to stay a step ahead of other people. Okay, so what did Brady do last time? He left that 10-pin, missed it, and then he threw that one. Now, I don't know if standing back, waiting, he threw it too slow. I don't know, but that wasn't a very good shot by Brady.
He got held up a second by Chad. Chad saw the shot. Just don't know.
All right, I said the same thing, just watched in here, whatever. So what I was talking about is, so the slight delay because of the balls got stuck or whatever, and I was going, as a tournament director, we have to think ahead. Okay, what if happens that lane breaks down? What if his ball got chewed up? What if we have to have a step ahead of what's going to happen, what we have to do? So have a plan. So I'm talking about that, and the bowler's going, okay, I'm tired, waiting, whatever. So it's unfortunate that stuff kind of happens, and so I gotta say it bothered him that it waited because the rhythm got out of. So it didn't bother Brandon because he didn't have to bowl. No.
Yeah, he wasn't waiting.
Exactly, he wasn't waiting.
He wasn't waiting.
Not because they had to throw the ball there. So these unfortunate little things come into play when you're bowling a match. Mm. Brandon strikes here. He's off and running on this win right there because the left lane is Brady's not comfortable at all. He changed balls. He changed balls on that right lane after he left the 3-5-6. Jason, that is impressive. Experience. Yeah. Okay, so He changed balls on the right lane where he left at 3.56 using that other urethane. I was actually a little confused. Why did he change on the left lane when he was actually lined up?
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I get it totally on that right lane.
right.
And a pretty solid
Yeah. And he missed this last time shooting at it. The last thing he wants to do is miss this and give Brady another opening. He could chop this or miss it on the right. Okay.
But if you read the speedometer, that was actually over. So I believe that had a little bit to do too with the ball not reacting.
Yeah. So, Nick Hogan, to answer your question, what happens if a bowling ball gets chewed up in a championship match? We were just discussing that. As a tournament director, we have to think about these ahead of time, but if a bowling ball gets chewed up, it's nothing to do with us as tournament directors. Unfortunately, that ball, you can use it or not use it. We don't pay millions of dollars to rent the place, so we only pay the lineage, and if it's bad luck, okay, guy could lose a match, a tournament, whatever, because of that, whatever, but we can't do anything about it. Uncontrollable. So,
Ball gets chewed up,
yeah,
maybe we're going to get them off.
yeah. So we're so we were talking about, as tournament director, all these things come into play. That what are we going to do? If this happens, we got to have a step ahead. And I was thinking about that earlier today. This lane broke down, that lane broke down. And my ball got kind of chewed up in shadow balls. All right, so Brady coming back. He talks to himself all the time. Yeah. Well, you know that more than anybody because you bowl with him. And so he come back with a double after that open on that left lane where he sat. Yeah. He sat, waited. Maybe he got out of whack just because, whatever the reason was. He wasn't focused enough. I don't really know. Either way, he came back with a double. So Brandon he changed balls, okay? He's not using that pink urethane thing, whatever. Why didn't that strike? Oh, yeah, okay, so that was, according to that, 18 miles an hour. Yeah. Yeah, right. So John Cryer Jr., I want to know, and maybe I'll see you on Wednesday, whatever. What are your thoughts of why Brandon changed balls after throwing that pink in the first frame where he missed and then he changed and he struck? Why would he change? I want you to tell me that, next week when I talk to you. But he used it correct. But he changed on both lanes, so I'm just curious.
I mean, that's what gets me. What made that change on the left lane?
Yeah, right. Well, right, that's what I was wondering too. So now he re-racked to calm himself down, get a little whatever. So either way, what has he got here? He's got, he's going to have 90. So we're about an even match after 5 frames here. Brandon would be good if he struck here, but this is amazing to me that he's gone all this far using that pink ball, and now he changed. It's, sitting back here, we always see the stuff differently than you're up there bowling. You can say, well, why would you do it? Okay, you threw one bad shot, whatever, but yeah, I don't know. That was solid, but it was solid half 7. It wasn't going to be a strike. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it was different. It wasn't going to be a strike and a solid 7. You got to pick it up. Now he's befuddled. I used that word earlier today, befuddled, because. So what I like about he changed it. He had no problem changing balls what he thought he needed to use. Now missing the spare is uncalled for, but he changed balls. He had the gumption or whatever the word is to do that, and it didn't work.
I believe on the right thing.
Not on the left lane. Yeah. And if Brady strikes right here, which he just did,
Well, you can see it. I mean, he like you said, he shifted gears, and he's aimed about lane 11.
right? Yeah.
He's not a fan of that left lane. I think that when he found it last time when I shot on this left lane, that was like a little trigger, a switch flip, because he came back and worked for himself, and he just
Okay.
railed that.
Strike right here gives him a 23-pin lead going into the 8th frame. And so he's not sure he liked it. But then again, he also never gets too excited. We all know that he struck. He knows he didn't throw it perfect. Okay, so anyway, John Cryer says he changed because John's talking about his son, Brandon, who changed because he wasn't going through the pins the correct way. John, I totally agree on the right lane. And so I'm not sure. The worst thing is he missed a 7-pin on the left lane. Okay, so he carried out that 8-pin. All right. Good shot, Brandon. Just come back there. No matter what happens, he absolutely has to strike here to put more pressure on to Brady. If he strikes here, he still has an opportunity to win. It's almost a must strike. I don't want to say absolutely must, but it's almost a must strike. A must strike keeps him absolutely in a chance. If he doesn't strike, then the Joey Galob 7-10 split. Frame's not over yet, Joey.
I tell you what, Joey is just happy that you just mentioned.
I've been mentioning it all day, by the way, because of Joey.
That's what he said. So, yeah, there you go, Joey. Free. That was free.
So I've explained the Joey Galob 7-10 pot we had on Friday nights at Flaherty's. So Joey would get 20 guys in it, 30 guys in, whatever, $1 a piece. $5 a piece. And so you would, how many people get in? You would draw cards. And, if your card was drawn, say you had number 8, and there were 8 7-10s left, you won $100 or 120, aren't there? Gary Green and I split this all the time. We won like 4 out of 6 weeks. People are like pissed at us or whatever, but it's all luck, okay? And so the old thing is, if you leave a 7-10, if you pick it up, it doesn't count as leaving one. Frame's not over yet, Jason. So anyway, Mr. 7-10, Joey Galob, that was the first one I saw all day that I could talk about. Okay, strike here is a winner. What did the champion do when he needs a strike to win? He strikes. Yeah. Brady Stearns is a champion by I don't know how to explain. He's been there so many times. He's won and been second and been up there all whatever. And like I said, yeah, exactly. Yeah. He's shaking his head because he missed a 10-pin and he left whatever in the third. But yet he comes back and throws them all in the pocket, knowing that it's not going to take 250 to win. Hey, speaking of 7-10s, Joey Galob walks right behind us. Frame's not over yet, Joey. Walks behind us.
I saw one was left. But
I just talked about it, whatever. So anyway, lucky strike for Brady right there. But that didn't really matter. He's going to win the CBA Masters. He's going to go to the USPC Masters in Michigan. Or no. That's the senior. Michigan. Samstown is the senior. Okay. Yeah. So.
I just don't know. I mean, if he's already got his entry, I think it's full. If he already has his entry in, then because we reimburse, you can only sign up for one
Oh, correct.
We reimburse the upfront donor. I assume Brady has already entered anyways, so yes, he should get into Detroit this year.
Yeah.
On this tournament. If not, it would be next year's Masters.
Okay.
He would get that payment.
Got it. Okay. So we're assuming he's going. Jeff Walther, who won the Twin Cities Masters, is going.
I believe I already heard actually that Chad Brady.
Chad's going. Chad's already talked about going. Oh, okay. He can drive. Drivable. So, okay, so, yeah, so here, I want to give a shout out to Brandon Cryer, who didn't bowl the best game in a championship match. The different look, whatever there was, whatever. But for a guy who bowled, was he 18 years old, 19 years old, whatever, wins his, was the first CBA tournament last month, wins, gets to the championship match this month, and he's got to go through Brady Stearns, and it's not a bad start, whatever. So very, very good. But bowling against a guy like Brady Stearns is really tough. So Brandon, wherever you are, congratulations. John and Dana Cryer, congratulations on your son. You're just being an awesome bowler. He's got the drive. He's going to be up here winning multiple CBA tournaments, or at least being in the championship matches a lot. So, yeah. But when you're the champion, or when you're the leading qualifier, or the the leader, or whatever, and you got to be beat twice. Congratulations, Brady Stearns, and he's a whole 8 years older than the other guy. And both of those guys together aren't even a third or half of my age, Jason. Yeah, I know it's not right, whatever, but that's the way it is.
The only thing I would say there for those at home, sadly, Brandon was not in the Bet You Win. Brady was.
So Brady wins the Bet You Win money of a couple grand?
It started at 17.25.
Okay.
I was too busy. I didn't see the numbers.
Yeah.
Today, but I would bet that's 2,200 somewhere in there. So yeah. He'll have an extra grand-ish added to his check. So congratulations, but I'm sorry to everybody at home. That probably would have been Brandon.
Well, exactly, yeah.
We've seen about 24
So our next tournament is
we are January 15th, but I can't remember where we're at.
right. That's the CBA. Then January 21st is the Minnesota Masters at Southtown. We have Super Bowl in January 15th. I think Super Bowl January 15th for the next CBA tournament. So we should expect about another 80 bowlers, somewhere around in there, whatever. We had 97 bowlers today. Very good turnout. Southtown, I mentioned this earlier. Southtown Ramp. So there's a guy who worked today. His guy's name is Lawan. Lawan was the guy. He was the only one here. He was cooking. He was dishing up this. He was working at the counter. I had to talk to him earlier today. I told him he was a good job. Absolutely great job. I know we started at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock this morning, so there's not a lot of people here other than us bowlers. So, but it was really busy after that, so they could have had maybe somebody else to help him. But the guy did a phenomenal job. I got my food when I needed, got the drinks when I needed. Lawan, whoever is listening, thank Lawan for really keeping this thing going. And then I thank Bolero earlier today about sponsoring the Masters part of our CBA organization for paying for the entry into the National Masters, right? Okay, so, and does Trista have a say in that? Okay. Yeah. I love that because we're the city of Minneapolis, St. Paul area. Obviously, it's big, whatever, but we're just like a small cog in the whole country as far as how many people bowl certain tournaments. So we need to have people sponsor certain things to help people go to tournaments and stuff, or whatever. So we run these tournaments. It's really nice that Bolero sponsors that entry. It's $500. That would have come out of this prize fund otherwise. Right, exactly.
to increase the interest. People want to keep coming back.
So the Masters tournaments, Masters format tournaments seem to draw entries. Yeah, and so our next Masters tournament is December 21st, which is the Minnesota Masters at here. And so we should have, 80, 90 bowlers again, whatever. So that's really good. And that champion can go to the USBC Masters, whether it's a senior or a regular. You choose. If you're old enough, obviously, you can do that. Okay. So next week, CBA or MSC tournament at Coon Rapids, or not Coon Rapids, in Coon Rapids at Classic Bowl. Scott Sodergren, don't set him up for you because, if you set him up for yourself, then nobody wants to bowl because nobody can float the ball down the lane like you, so you shouldn't bowl. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so he's not bowling, by the way. I'm joking on all what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Jason, I'm with you. So, speaking of that, spinning, Jason and I went up to Brainerd about 3 weeks ago and bowled the senior tournament, and so the 50 to 54 age bracket that Jason was in, I was in the 65 to 69 bracket, whatever. But Jason had 747 and won the 50 to 54 age bracket, so he's going to the national tournament. And then Jason and I bowled doubles. We had like 14, 20. We're thinking, hey, we're pretty good to win that. No, we ended up third, fourth, whatever the hell it was. Exactly, I know. So what the hell happened? I don't know, whatever. So you know what I see? You're a singles bowler and not a doubles bowler. If you would have had 740 in doubles, we would have won that because I had 700 in that doubles. I'm not saying anything other than that. Okay, I just thought. Anyway, good bowling on that. We had a good trip up to Brainerd. That was a couple weeks ago, whatever. So to conclude all this, whatever, we had a great tournament. 97 bowlers. We had a bunch of senior casters. We had like 12 females bowling today, 11 or something like that, whatever. Katie Ann. Yeah.
So 2 cash.
Okay.
For the ladies listening at home, one more lady means another one.
One more cash, correct.
Right? Unless she made the cut. But then 2 of you should show up, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, and then there were 3 senior cashers.
Who were they?
Well, I don't know who they all were. Last spot, that's your executive director.
I do just enough to get my money back. Yeah. I don't want to show everybody up or whatever, but all I'm saying is if I would have picked up about my 8 easy spares that I missed, I would have been bowling today or bowling in a match play with it. It's my own fault, whatever. But other than that, I brought up earlier, I can't believe how many bowlers are not focused on their game. We go to pair, and I see so many people. They're just like confused or they're bullshitting with somebody else, and I'm going, this is why you don't cash. And this is why I don't want to pick on anybody. I don't want to pick on anybody in particular, but I bowl around a lot of them today, and I'm just going, all I got to do is just be focused, and I'm going to beat these guys. So,
I would always say when he walks into a bowling tournament, he knows he has 50% of the field beat. Just out of mental.
yes. And
Just out of that.
yeah, I saw that today. I just can't believe that people that are, and then everything. I watch people come. So there was 6 on a pair. Most pairs there's 5 on every pair, 6 on some pair. So the leadoff bowler we rotate. Obviously, you go up each game. So the leadoff bowler on the whatever lane will not bowl until the guy's finished on the other lane. I'm going, the arrow is up. You should bowl. Well, I'm waiting to catch up. Well, no, if you just keep bowling, it'll catch up. Just bowl when your turn is up there. And so I think so many people are thinking about all these other things instead of bowling their game. And I'm bringing this up because half the field is out of it because they don't know how to focus on bowling.
Just exactly what.
Yeah. And then there's a 710 guy, the frame's not over yet, Joey, but we're not talking about that now. Yeah. So, yeah.
I mean, that goes right back to what Chad was saying, right? I mean, you're not focused, you're not invested.
Yeah.
I've already beat you.
I know.
Really try. I've already beat you.
So I'm bringing this up because if anybody who's watching and listening, there are, I don't know, 300 bowlers around who could compete in a CBA tournament that don't bowl. And they say they're not good enough. I remember Matt Payne, our CBA president, when he didn't bowl and he bowled one and he didn't do very well. And all of a sudden he bowled and he won. He didn't realize how good he was compared to everybody else. And he realized once he bowled more and more, he figured he was good enough, became better and better. Because you have to learn tournament bowling, first of all. It's different than house bowling or league bowling. But just be focused and just pick up your spares. Everybody knows how to do that. And so we could have, we had 97, we could have 150. I think that's what I'm getting at. Everybody should bowl this.
Yeah, and if you don't think that you have it in you,
You're wrong, exactly, yeah. Yeah, so.
I mean, Dan Mock, we talked about this a million times. Dan Mock didn't cash in the first 16 CBAs.
Yeah, whatever, yeah, right.
He's a Hall of Famer with second or third most titles.
Second most bowler of the years. And I don't know about the title wise. No, he's down a little bit. Well, he could be a third on CBA titles, whatever, but yeah.
I thought it was like between like him and Carl and Chad.
Well, Chad's got 39.
Well, right. But I thought Bach was close.
Actually,
Maybe even 30, which I
Bach might be second at 26.
well, there you go. Either way.
Let me put my, yeah, okay.
That's the deal, right?
Right.
Guys getting cash for
Well,
a long time.
Chad talks about it all the time where he was 400 under in Eau Claire in the first tournament, and he kept that score sheet because he proved that, I'm this bad or whatever,
That wasn't going to happen.
It wasn't going to happen again, yeah. And he is the best CBA bowler we've ever had, whatever. 39 titles in 75 seconds. I really don't know. I don't know in the seconds, whatever, but yeah. But now he's 50. Brady's 28, whatever. I don't know. It's hard to beat 39 titles, but Brady's got 11, I believe, and he's only 28. The difference I can see is right now we have more bowlers. More people have a chance to win. I don't want to take anything away from people who won, but we had different formats. So we used to have you bowled your 10 games of qualifying Saturday, you came back and bowled on Sunday, you bowled 12 games, and that was the champion. Then we changed to 8 games of qualifying, tried to do more one day, luck of the draw, whatever. We had the same format over and over and over again. So it kind of got to be the guys who had more bowling balls. I don't want to say that they were sponsored by anybody, but they had an opportunity to have more bowling balls than people who couldn't afford that, whatever. So loose line guy giving me that Foggy Bottom Brewery beer I'm going to have later on tonight. I'm still talking on there, so I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, okay. Hey. I lost my train of thought because the guy's talking about beer, but anyway, yeah, it will happen. Oh, yeah, anyway, so number of entries. So now we used to have,
100 plus.
yeah.
A couple hundred on the big events, whatever. I can't tell you how many times we have talked about it a million times plus. It's a lot harder to beat 105 people than it is to beat
35, exactly. So I was talking to Jeff Walther earlier today. So, why did we get all these bowlers today? All of a sudden we got 97 bowlers. When people hear that, okay, there's a CBA tournament going on, it's the Masters, I'm going to bowl. You going to bowl? Yeah, we're all going to bowl. We got 80, 60, 70. Well, there's going to be a big turnout. We're all going to come there now. But, I'm not bowling. All of a sudden, when nobody else bowls, I don't want to go there. But people talk about bowling, then they all want to come here. So, word of mouth.
we had 90 in the summer. That summer.
Yeah, exactly.
Robbie Lawrence, great.
Promoted it a lot, yes.
That helped.
We had, so,
That's more the nuance
yeah.
than
So speaking of Robbie Lawrence promoting, years ago we used to have, so that house, we go to that house. Back then it wasn't a pattern, it was that house shot, which was different than any other, this house, whatever. So they would have like a sweeper. Let's have a Friday night, we'll have come out for a sweeper, and the winner get the bowl of CBA free entry, whatever. So we do that. Well, that's not really happening anymore now, whatever. But we promoted it back then. Robbie's promoting it in a different way, similar. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And then gives us like $1,000 added dollars to the prize fund. Well, that's huge.
Yeah.
And then now all of a sudden you have 90 entries and an added. No wonder you get good
Yeah,
entries.
right, yeah.
I mean, thank you, Robbie. Your vision, obviously, is what helps create what.
And then the next bowling center is going to have that same vision. Yeah, right. So anyway, we're here trying to promote the CBA because that's what Jason and I do. We're trying to we're here to run tournaments. Yes, exactly. So no, and if you want to bowl against the best, you come out here and bowl a CBA. And the more bowlers you get, the more chance that you have to cash, and the more chance you have to get up and it's your day. Okay, that was Brian Berg way back. He'd come from Menominee, and the worst part was he used to bring Kurt Hankey with him. And he would say, "Bring 3 friends that he can beat." And Kurt goes, "Why am I with you all the time?" Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, so in that we should sign off here, Jason.
I believe it is Super Bowl, and then 21st we'll be right back here in Minnesota.
At the Minnesota Masters, whatever. So, all right, great job, Jason, and your daughter Allie. The crack staff that you have here getting scores, 38 lanes of 97 bowlers, really good. So great tournament again. We'll see you next month.